You're listening to The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM, Cedar Rapids. We now leave our network programming to bring you the following special sports presentation. Cedar Rapids Kernels, that's a good time roll. Play ball! Are you ready to let the good times roll? Are you ready for Kernels baseball? The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM, and the Class A affiliate of the Anaheim Angels welcome you to Cedar Rapids Kernels baseball. Now in his ninth season as the voice of the Kernels, here's John Rogers.
It's a gorgeous Thursday morning, and the long-anticipated and awaited first noon game of the season will unfold here shortly. A big crowd is expected, and the Kernels find themselves on this Thursday morning alone in first place in the Western Division first half standings by virtue of their Taco Bell 10 spot last night, a 10-3 drubbing of the Fort Wayne Wizards. Remember, you can enjoy up to 10 beef tacos for just 39 cents. That's 50 cents less than normal at any of our Cedar Rapids area Taco Bells today and this evening. All you have to do is tell them you're there to celebrate the Taco Bell 10 spot. The Kernels unleashed a 13-hit barrage in their victory last night and have a sterling mark, 16-10, our high water mark of the year, 6 games over 500. Doug Nelson joined the Kernels front office this offseason. Doug is a longtime season ticket holder, and he's taken over as the COO of the Kernels. Doug will join us on this Thursday morning next on the Dugout Interview. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on The Zone.
It's a good bet. Many of you have unwanted, perhaps now working, bulky items taking up space in your basement or garage. Well, now's the time to get rid of them during the annual bulky item cleanup in Cedar Rapids. The do's and don'ts are spelled out in a flyer you received in the mail recently. It lists the wood and plastic articles city crews will pick up when they come to your neighborhood and explains how to dispose of unwanted appliances, tires, and scrap metals. Or check the city's website for all the details. This reminder from your friends at Cedar Rapids Solid Waste and Recycling.
When it comes to fun in the new Veterans Memorial Stadium, nothing compares to the Westdale Mall Mix 96.5 FM Home Run Hot Tub. As you bask in the soothing comfort of the Westdale Mall Mix 96.5 FM Home Run Hot Tub, you'll be taking in the action from a breathtaking perch just above the left field wall. Register for your chance to be drawn as the winner of the Westdale Mall Mix 96.5 FM Home Run Hot Tub by visiting Westdale Mall.
Doug Nelson, what a wonderful morning this is, because we get questions all spring, Doug. When's your first noon game? Here it is. Why are people so attracted to these noon starts?
Well, John, for me it's a couple of reasons. One, because it's a sunny 70-degree day, and you just can't beat that. That's where baseball is meant to be played. The other is because they're so unique. We only have 4 of these during the season, and, you really got to get out and enjoy them when we have them. And finally, what a great way to be able to come out with your coworkers and have a great time and do some team building with your coworkers. So, really fun.
I think all 3 of those elements are in place, Doug, and you couple that with a wonderful array of menu items, and you can have lunch, too.
You can't beat it, and a first-place team.
Doug Nelson is our COO, and he's our dugout interview guest this morning. Doug, you have a fascinating background in that you have been a fan of the Kernels, a season ticket holder since when?
Since 1988, John.
What drew you to minor league baseball in Cedar Rapids? Before I arrived on the scene, you're much more seasoned veteran than I. What originally attracted you to minor league professional baseball?
Well, John, I've always been a big baseball fan, and during the mid-'70s, I became a huge Cincinnati Reds fan because of the Big Red Machine. And in the late '80s, the Cincinnati Reds was affiliate of the Cedar Rapids Reds at that time, and that's really what got me coming. And what's really have made me stay and got my wife and I, Joanne, so excited about is of all the fans and other people we meet at the ballpark, they really become an extended family to us. And 2 in particular are Harold and Dorothy Berkey, who we've sat behind for years and went from being good friends to now they're almost part of the family. And it really is a unique situation out here at the park.
Doug, that's a wonderful story in a number of ways. I didn't know that you'd met the Berkeys here and have forged a long-time friendship, almost family now. And secondly, following the Big Red Machine, Greta Van Fleet is a member of our Hall of Fame. She helps us keep this ballpark spotless with her hard work every morning. And she told me, and maybe you can reflect on this, that when the Reds played in the World Series in 1991, at one point in that season, there were 8 players on the field for Cincinnati that came through here.
I believe that's right, John. It really was an exciting year to see all the kids that we had watched through the years finally make it on the big stage. It was really similar to when the Angels in the World Series a couple of years ago. It's really a unique situation.
Doug, did you ever make it to, now we can call it the old Riverfront Stadium? I saw the Great America Ballpark this past fall during a vacation I took on a barge on the Ohio River, and I really loved Great America Ballpark. But did you ever go with any Cedar Rapidians over to Riverfront Stadium to watch your Reds?
Yes, in fact, I used to go every other year. My wife is a huge Cubs fan, so we would alternate, and we would either go watch Cincinnati play the Cubs in Riverfront Stadium, or we'd go to Wrigley Field. And so we'd go every other year, and to be honest with you, it was a fine park, but it was a big cookie cutter, and I'm really excited to see their new Great America Park. Haven't had the opportunity yet, but I'm really excited to see it.
Well, you'll love it, Doug. As I said, I got a sneak preview of it this past fall. Doug Nelson is with us on the Dugout Interview. We have a noon start, and we look forward to seeing you come out and, as Doug said, enjoy the 70-degree perfect conditions, interact with colleagues, relax, enjoy the wonderful food we have to offer here for the noon start. Doug, now that you've told us about your background, a huge Reds fan, a season ticket holder since 1988, how in the world did you find your way to our front office? Because this has got to kind of be a dream come true maybe for you.
Well, it is, John. It's really unique to see the back end, the business side of the ball team. I mean, everyone's really comfortable and used to seeing the team out on the field playing. And what's neat is this is also a small business. And coming in and really helping with the business side of things, putting together a business plan has really been an exciting, neat opportunity for me.
It's not something that you would say, oh, I have to go help this company. It's something that is probably just the right fit for you because of the passion you have for what we have to offer.
Yeah, what I can tell you, John, is in January, and I started in the first Monday in January, is I had a really unique experience. I've been working for a little over 20 years now. And the first time in my life, I was down in the locker room. I was kind of checking out the new stadium. And for the first time in my life, when I was looking at the locker room, I got excited about what we produce and the products that we put on the field and what we do, as opposed to just looking at it from a business perspective and how to make money. And for me, it's the first time in my 20-year career I've had that experience. It really was a neat way of looking at things.
Doug Nelson, our Dugout Interview guest on this Thursday morning. We're going to take a brief break here from the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. Remember, you can catch the Colonel Clipper shuttle bus service from downtown here. That's an easy, hassle-free way to come on out and join us for this noon ball game. Back with Doug on the Dugout Interview in a moment. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Kernels fans, your Cedar Rapids Taco Bell restaurants have something new for you to cheer about this season. A Taco Bell 10 spot. When the Kernels score 10 or more runs in any game this season, you'll score beef tacos for just 39 cents the very next day at any Cedar Rapids Taco Bell. That's a savings of 50 cents per taco. Limit 10 per customer. Remember, when the Kernels put up a Taco Bell 10 spot by plating 10 or more runs in any game, you get up to 10 39-cent beef tacos the very next day at any Cedar Rapids Taco Bell.
Unless you have a crystal ball that really works, nobody can foresee all the risks that might become realities. Most of us don't have a foolproof crystal ball, though. That's why it's sensible to consider the calamities that might occur to your car, home, business, or life, and insure yourself against the worst. See Phil Andrews, your Pekin insurance agent, about a well-planned insurance program for your individual needs. The future is uncertain. See your Pekin insurance agent, Phil Andrews, at Weidenhammer Andrews Agency.
Doug Nelson, I thought we'd touch all the bases in our first interview with you as you've assumed the role of COO. And you mentioned your business acumen, your love of both the product we have to offer and the fact that we have to be successful to keep offering this year after year after year. I thought it was fascinating. I've looked into getting my MBA over the years. I've never been brave enough to take that doggone GM, the graduate test. But you're involved with helping middle-aged folks or younger folks get their master's degree through the Tippy School. Is that right, Doug?
Well, it is, John. For the past 5 years, I have taught a course actually in the undergraduate business school. It's a course on strategic management, and it's for anybody associated with the program. It's called Business Policy is the class.
And you're teaching undergraduates who then are likely to either pursue an MBA or apply what you and the other profs teach them in a business setting.
Yes, John. The course is for those kids that are going to be graduating at the end of the term. And what it does is it ties all the different business functions together, such as sales and marketing, finance, and operations. And what we do is we create business strategies for companies. And it really is a neat way because it puts all the different aspects of business that the kids have been learning together and starts to show them how it all fits together and kind of comes into a business strategy to move a company forward.
It sounds a little bit like a case study that a law student might do.
Very much so. In fact, the kids do 2 case studies during the year on actual companies.
Well, Doug, finally, you're so committed as a fan yourself, a season ticket holder since 1988, to making this what we bill it as the most affordable, wholesome, fun family entertainment in eastern Iowa. We always want to keep an ear to the ground and listen to our constituents. How can they contact us with suggestions on how to make us even more friendly?
Sure. Well, John, I'd say the best way is to call our front office, and the phone number is 363-3887. The other thing we're doing this year, which is unique, is we're doing surveys. So don't be surprised if you're out in the stands that someone comes up to you, especially an usher, to provide you a survey, because your feedback is critical for us to go from what we say a 4 to a 5 scale. You know, we're doing great, but we can always do better, and getting that feedback is what's going to allow us to continue to improve.
Well, Doug, on behalf of our fans and our front office, thank you, because you've given us a huge lift in terms of your experience, your calm demeanor, your work ethic, and what a great thing for Jack Rader to be able to focus on some of the things he does best, and for you, as you say, to be in the background making sure the business end is that 5. Doug Nelson, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, John.
Doug, we're going to send you away with a $5 gift certificate that you can redeem at any of our area Gio Giano's Italian spaghetti houses, homemade pasta, perfect bread, wonderful Italian cuisine. Doug Nelson, Kernels COO, once again, thank you so much.
It's been a lot of fun, John.
Doug is the COO, and you can contact him by calling us or just knocking on our door anytime. This morning is about to turn into this afternoon, our first noon start. We hope to have over 2,000 come on out and join us, Kernels and Wizards, in the final game of a 4-game set, part of our 8-game homestand. Starting lineups next. Scott Unash and I will have them. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Papa John's pizza, it's so good. Better is best, that's understood. Better call Papa John's tonight. Better call Papa, he's got it right. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's.
Attention baseball fans, call your local Papa John's for our home run special. Get a large pizza with up to 3 toppings of your choice for only $9.99.
Papa John's. Better call Papa.
Emergency hotline, can I help you?
Yes, I need help.
All right, sir, what's the problem?
I can't taste my beer. I feel it in my mouth, but there's no taste.
Okay, sir, this is what I want you to do. Put the bottle down and step away from the beer.
Okay.
Walk straight to the corner store and pick up a 6-pack of Miller Lite.
Okay.
Don't worry, it's going to be all right.
Next time, try the light beer that actually tastes like beer. Great tasting, less filling, Miller Lite. Miller can call.
Miller Brewing Company, Fort Worth, Texas.
Good Thursday morning, Eastern Iowa. Our first noon game of the year. The Kernels have taken 2 of 3 from Fort Wayne in this 4-game series with the San Diego Padre minor leaguers, and the Kernels sit atop the Western Division first half standings alone in first place. Our high water mark of the year, 6 games over 500, with a record of 16-10. Scott Unash, KCRG Sports Director, will be along shortly to join us. Our in-studio engineer is Emily. The Spirits, the Cedar Rapids Spirits, are entertaining atop the Kernel first base dugout. Partly sunny and partly cloudy, warm, temperature in the mid-70s Thursday morning. Let's set the starting lineups for the series finale. The Fort Wayne Wizards have won 12 and lost 14. Their skipper is former big leaguer Randy Reddy. Leading off for the Wizards in left field is Casey Baker. Baker in left leads off. Peter Ramos will bat second, and Ramos will play second base. Hitting third for the visitors is Brian Walbrink. Walbrink is in right field. The cleanup batter serving as the DH is Jordan Pickens. Jordan Pickens will bat cleanup and serve as the designated hitter for Fort Wayne. Fernando Valenzuela Jr. is at first base. He'll bat fifth. Hitting sixth for Fort Wayne, the center fielder, Drew Macias. He has 5 extra base hits in this series. Skip Adams will man the hot corner, and Skip will bat seventh for the Wizards. Batting eighth and catching Big Colt Morton. And hitting ninth, Juan Sirico. Sirico will play shortstop for Fort Wayne. On the hill for the Wizards, he was the winning pitcher Monday night in the series opener, a 5-3 Fort Wayne victory. He pitched a scoreless inning out of the Wizard bullpen to bag the win, his first of the year, and that is Dirk Hayhurst. That's actually Hayhurst's win Monday was his second of the season. Dirk Hayhurst will be on the mound. He's 2-0, a 23-year-old right-hander out of Kent State University. Hayhurst, an 8th-round pick of the Padres last year. Dirk Hayhurst will be on the hill for the Fort Wayne Wizards. He's making his first start of the year. He's relieved in 9 ball games. Allen Motor Company is now proud to present the Allen Motor Company Kernels starting lineup before this beautiful noon Thursday ball game. Get out to Allen's tonight. They're open till 9 o'clock tonight. Why do I encourage you to go to Allen's? It's the best time to buy of the season. It's their spring cleanup sale. Allen's is located at I-380 and Boyson Road, exit 25 in Hiawatha. Open till 9 tonight. 2004 Buick LeSabres, our spring cleanup sale priced at Allen's for just $19,995. That's a savings of an impressive $6,475 on those 2004 Buick LeSabres. Allen Motor Company, I-380 and Boyson Road, exit 25 in Hiawatha. Open late till 9 this evening, and I encourage you to head out. With our Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup, here is the Zone Sports and Programming Director, my broadcast partner, Scott Unash.
Good to be here, John, and good to see everybody out here at the ballpark. And here's the Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup. Quan Cosby will lead things off. Quan, coming off a terrific performance last night. He was the catalyst in the Kernel win. He'll be the leadoff man in center field. Howie Kendrick will bat second. Howie will be at second base. The shortstop batting third will be Brandon Wood. Matt Pauley, the Kernel leading hitter at 348, the designated hitter this afternoon. He'll be the cleanup man. Bobby Wilson behind the plate. Wilson, the catcher, will hit fifth. Kayla Mayer will be at first base this afternoon. Mayer will hit sixth. Matt Brown will be at the hot corner third base and hit seventh. The Aussie, Nick Kimpton, in left field will bat eighth. And batting ninth for the Kernels in right field will be Sean Rodriguez. And on the mound for the Kernels will be 6'5", 220-pound, the big left-hander Nick Touchstone, 0-1 on the year with a high ERA. Has not thrown many innings this year, 9.95 the earned run average. So it's Cosby, Kendrick, Wood, Paulie, Wilson, Mayer, Brown, Kimpton, and Rodriguez for the Kernels. And I just made it here, John. The parking lot is pretty full.
Hey, that's great to hear, Scott. That's good news. A lot of youngsters and business people are swarming in here right now for our first noon game to see the first-place Kernels try to make it 3 out of 4 from the Wizards. Anderson and Brown Eye Care, proud to present our umpiring duo this afternoon. They're taking in the lineups that Scott and I just set for you. Anderson and Brown Eye Care is our area's contact lens specialist, and they're a leading dispenser of contact lenses. Anderson and Brown Eye Care partners with Bausch & Lomb. Anderson and Brown has 3 locations: Inside Lens Crafters in Westdale Mall, Inside Lens Crafters in Coral Ridge Mall in Coralville, as well as Inside Lens Crafters in the North Park Mall in Davenport. Our Anderson and Brown Eye Care umpiring crew has Timothy Dobb behind the plate, and his partner working the diamond is Darren Boudon. This has been a long-awaited date, Scott, because these noon starts are so popular, and the Cost Cutters Dream Team from St. Louis Millis School is trotting out onto the diamond. They look good doing that. The Kernels are on a roll, having won the first 2 out of 3 in this series. We're on an 8-game homestand, and I think Doug Nelson, Scott, said it best, our COO. Doug said that and I agree with Doug, baseball is a day game.
Oh, absolutely. And like you've alluded to many times, Major League Baseball, Minor League Baseball, it all used to be day games up until the first night game at Crosley Field. I heard you talking about old Riverfront Stadium. Well, you go way back to old Crosley Field. And what was that, the 30s, the first night game?
Exactly.
Would be a good trivia question.
Well, I believe it was 1937 or 39, but I'll double check. The Cost Cutters Dream Team is on the diamond from St. Ludmilla's School, and all of their classmates are waving to them, and their pictures are being flashed up on the Rockwell Collins game link. What a thrill for those kids. Scott, there is afternoon action today on the State Farm Major League scoreboard.
Yeah, a little bit of action. A lot of it, well, all of it in the National League. Coming up, same time we get underway, they'll get underway down at Atlanta. It'll be the San Diego Padres, surprising some people anyway. They'll be in Atlanta at Turner Field to take on the Braves. Mike Hampton will try for his first win of the year against Brian Lawrence. Also at 12:05 in Philadelphia, it'll be Randy Wolf taking on Jeff Supan as the Phillies host the St. Louis Cardinals. Then at 1:05, it will be Pittsburgh at Houston. That'll be Chris Benson at 3-1 against Wade Miller at 3-2. Cubs will try to get one against the Diamondbacks. Arizona's beat them 4 out of 5 this year. Elmer descends on the mound for Arizona, 1-3 against red-hot Matt Clement at 4-1. So those are the afternoon games. Just to let you know the other night games. L.A. will be at Florida tonight. Colorado at Montreal. San Francisco at the Mets. And Milwaukee will be at Cincinnati. Wes Obermuller will be on the mound for Milwaukee. We'll keep an eye on that.
Well, we've got the State Farm Major League scoreboard set for you, thanks to Scott. Let's join Sue Sample, one of our favorite national anthem singers, to honor America with the Star Spangled Banner.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed as the twilight's last gleaming, whose rough stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the
energetic, big crowd for a noon start as the first-place Kernels finish a 4-game series, part of an 8-game homestand against Fort Wayne. The Cost Cutters Dream Team from St. Ludmilla's School is sprinting off the diamond with their Cost Cutters soft toss balls in hand. Scott Unash and John Rogers are glad you're with us, and we'll enjoy Kernel Baseball in just a moment. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Congratulations on buying your new $24,000 car. Oh, wait, you signed the contract, didn't you? Congratulations on owning your new $16,000 car. Sir? Sir? He's fainted. It seems criminal, doesn't it? The value of a new car drops by 1/3 the minute you sign for it. You haven't even put a slushie in the cup holder yet, and thousands of dollars have just floated away. But you're smart. You've learned the value of buying a young used car. But where do you go? Who do you trust? Well, come see us. We're Select Auto Group, a great way to buy a pre-owned car. For one thing, we don't have salespeople. You deal directly with the owners who make the decisions. This gives you the best price right away. And at Select Auto Group, we pride ourselves on honesty and integrity. No pressure, no hijinks. Plus, we offer extended warranties up to 100,000 miles and a full service department to back them up. You'll find us at 1st Avenue and 8th in Cedar Rapids and 7th Avenue and 6th in Marion. Select Auto Group, a great way to buy a pre-owned car.
Scott told you about Nick Touchstone, a tall lefty and his last appearance was Saturday afternoon in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Touchstone went 3 2/3 out of the Kernel bullpen in relief of starter Chris Hunter in a Kernel 6-4 win. Nick Touchstone, 0-1 on the year, pitched 3 2/3 innings on Saturday and gave up 4 runs on 4 hits, struck out 4, walked 3. Nick Touchstone, a tall lefty on the hill for the Kernels. And Casey Baker will be first up for the Fort Wayne Wizards. Baker played in last night's game, 1 for 4, doubled in the tying run, and scored the go-ahead run in the Wizard 2-run second inning. Right-handed hitter Casey Baker hitting .286, no home runs, 9 RBIs, and Matt Brown is in on the grass at third. Baker bounces one foul outside third, and strike one. Well, Scott, you can feel that electricity in the air with all the youngsters here today.
Yeah, and it's great to see everybody here. You'll have to run down. I'm not sure where everyone is from, but saw a lot of buses out there.
That's good news. Baker, a right-handed hitter, backs away from a pitch inside. Ball one. Casey's 5'9", 160, originally drafted by the Yankees back in 1999 in the 15th round. Stands straight away from the right side and drills one foul into the net, strike 2. The Kernel defense, Nick Kipton in left, Quan Cosby, who had 3 hits and 4 runs scored last night in center. Sean Rodriguez, the jack of all trades in right field for the Kernels. A big lollipop curve from Touchstone is high, ball 2. Matt Brown's at third, up the middle, Brandon Wood at short, and Howie Kendrick at second. Caleb Mayer playing well off the line at first. Ball 3 is low and inside, and the count is full now to Casey Baker.
Well, getaway day, John. Usually have snappy ball game.
A ground ball to third, and it's backhanded by Brown. High throw, wild throw, backing the play up Howie Kendrick and Bobby Wilson. And Matt Brown, apparently, Scott had breakfast this morning and too many Wheaties.
Well, tell you what, Matt let that one go. He had to get it going quick because Casey Baker was hustling down the line. It was going to be a close play. And Matt just had that throw sail on him a little bit.
Over the head of Caleb Mayer for an error, and that's only the 16th error committed by the Kernels in this, our 27th game, so you cannot complain about our defense. Now the batter is Peter Ramos. Let's see if the Wizards are running. A slider from Touchstone in for a strike. Peter Ramos has had a good series. He's 4 for 11. He gave the Wizards a 2-1 lead in the third last night with a 2-out single. Homered in game 1. He's from Venezuela. He shoots one past the diving Caleb Mayer into right, and stopping at second is Casey Baker. Ooh, Peter Ramos went the other way and hammered his 5th hit of this series just to the right of a diving Caleb Mayer into right.
Got it right off the end of the bat, went with the pitch. Touchstone put it on the outside part of the plate, and that's exactly where Ramos went with it. And pretty good effort by Caleb Mayer, just came up a little bit short.
Yeah, if his glove would have been 1 inch longer, Scott, he'd have had it. Well, now Nick Touchstone and the Kernels in danger of falling behind here in the top of the first inning. Scott Walbrink is the batter. He's from UC Riverside, singled and scored on a 2-run homer by Fernando Valenzuela Jr. in the 6th inning last night that tied the game 4-4. A curve outside, ball 1 to the right-handed batter, Walbrink. 267 hitter, a couple of homers, 7 RBIs for this 24-year-old right-handed hitter who stands straight away. Fastball, and it's lifted foul onto the Papa John's Plaza. 1-1 to Scott Walbrink, or Brian Walbrink, rather. The Kernel catcher today is Bobby Wilson.
Touchstone doesn't throw real hard. He's got to spot that fastball from what we've seen in the early going anyway, and if he can do that, he can be effective.
He's looking for a strikeout, pop-up, or double play to get the Kernels out of a jam here in the first. He jams the batter, and a pitch is fouled up into the first base stands. Ricochets back onto the field. It's 1-2. Well, Scott, I'll tell you what, it's hard to believe. It's May 6th, and the Kernels are off to a rip-roaring start here at home, 9-5.
Yeah, that's great to see. You got to win at home and then play 500 ball on the road.
Brian Walbrink in the hole, 1-2. The Kernel lefty set below the belt. beautiful curveball. Strike 3 called. Scott, we know now that Timothy Dobb has a very delayed strike 3 call.
I think he thought about that one for a while, and I think Brian Walbrink would like him to think about it a little bit longer. It was borderline, but pretty close to take 2 strikes. You got to be swinging.
2 on, 1 out for the cleanup batter, Jordan Pickens. He's from Suesta Junior College in California, and he has 2 hits and 10 trips in this series. Nothing for 3 last night with a base on balls. A pitch low and firing down to second to Howie Kendrick is the catcher Bobby Wilson, but the lead runner, Casey Baker, scrambled back in on time. It's overcast here, Scott. A threat of rain later today, but I think we'll be fine for this noon start.
Yeah, I think we're going to be okay. There is a little bit of a cell, I think, in Benton County they were saying when we came over, but may miss it.
So 1-0 to the right-handed batter. A curve that Nick Touchstone choked, and Scott, it's not easy to learn how to master a breaking pitch. Michel Samard had a brilliant one 2 nights ago. He struck out 10 men in 7 innings, but Nick Touchstone is still learning that grip.
And you got to find the release point as well.
The 2-0. Fastball, just inside apparently, ball 3 to Jordan Pickens, a .315 hitter. Leads Fort Wayne with 4 home runs. He's driven in 11. Has a couple of doubles in this series. Slightly open stance. Look out here. They may turn him loose on 3-0. No, a letter high fastball for a strike.
Took 1 step to first base, came back. Did not throw the bat like Albert Pujols did the other day. And then was promptly tossed from the game after he looked back at the home plate umpire.
With 2 on and 1 out, they're going, and a pitch high, ball 4. Because of the delayed call of the plate umpire, Bobby Wilson went ahead and threw to second. But an error, a single, and a walk, and that's a bad formula. Bases loaded, 1 out for left-handed hitting Fernando Valenzuela Jr. He's from UNLV.
A lot of these Padre farmhands, very broad across the shoulders, and Fernando Valenzuela Jr. is certainly in that category.
Yes, and he slugged a 2-run homer in the 6th last night off Abel Marino to tie the game at 4. He has 4 hits and 9 at-bats in this series. Has lifted his average to .284. His home run last night was his 2nd of the year. Look out, a pitch inside, ball 1. Nick Touchstone has struggled with his control throughout his young career. This is only his 2nd year of professional baseball. Last year with Provo in 48 innings, he walked 35 batters, but struck out 48 and 48 innings. He drops the curveball down low, ball 2 to the batter.
And I think Touchstone and both Bobby Wilson are trying to figure out exactly what the strike zone is for Timothy Dobb, because Nick's thrown a couple pretty good pitches and has not gotten a strike called.
Now the 2-0 to the left-handed batter. Drilled to short, could be 2. Wood to Kendrick, Howie to first, got them both. We're out of the inning. And the kids down below from St. Ludmila's love it. Oh, Fernando Valenzuela Jr. hit a tailor-made rocket to Brandon Wood, who started a 6-4-3 twin killing to end the threat by the Wizards in the opening frame. No runs for Fort Wayne. 1 hit, 1 Kernel error, a walk, and the Wizards leave. 2 men aboard, and after 1/2 inning, it's the Wizards nothing, and the Kernels coming to bat. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Look around you. Everyone's different. Some of us are tall, many of us are short. If you think about it, there are many important differences among people. That's what makes us all individuals. Insurance needs are individual, too. Talk to your Pekin Insurance Agency, Sheets, Forrest, Draper Insurance in Marion, about the proper insurance coverages for your individual needs. See Scott Draper at Sheets, Forrest, Draper in Marion about insurance for your home, auto, life, health, or business. You can depend on your hometown professionals with Pekin Insurance.
The doctors, the nurses, the thermometers, the blood pressure cuffs, the cotton swabs, yes, even the waiting room magazines. Everything at Mercy Care North is moving. The new location will be the Mercy Health Plaza on Council Street Northeast between Collins Road and Blair's Ferry Road. Our last day at the old Mercy Care North location will be September 10th. So beginning at 7:30 a.m. on Friday, September 12th, we'll be treating everyday illnesses and minor injuries in our new facility on Council Street. patients will experience new technology, a new on-site pharmacy, and best of all, easier access and parking. Remember, on September 12th, Mercy Care North is moving to the new Mercy Health Plaza on Council Street Northeast. We know in your busy life, needing a doctor never comes at a good time. But when you do, we're making it easier and more convenient for you. That's real life. That's the Mercy Touch.
The Rockwell Collins game link replaying that beautiful double play that Nick Touchstone got slugger Fernando Valenzuela Jr. to hit into to end the Wizard first half inning. They had the bases loaded with one out, and the double play turned Wood Kendrick to Mayer. Quan Cosby had a very memorable night last night, 3 for 5, scored for the Colonel 10 runs, and a strike is in from Dirk Hayhurst, the winner here on Monday night in relief. A 5-3 Wizard win. He pitched a scoreless inning to chalk up the win. Quan's average up to 238 and a fastball high. Scott, I know you haven't made it out as often as you will be able to later this spring and summer, but one thing you and I both agree on is that Quan Cosby is maturing.
Absolutely, and Jeff Johnson had a good article on that in the paper.
A high fly ball lifted into straightaway center and tucked away by Drew Macias. Quan Cosby flies to center, one out in the Colonel first inning. Howie Kendrick has come alive in this series. He has 7 hits in 13 at-bats. He drove in 3 runs and scored 3 runs last night. 3 for 5. Kendrick's average on the rise at 274. That's no surprise. He hit 368 with Probo. He bunts, and the pitcher will barehanded throw in time. Scott, that was some play by Dirk Hayhurst just to the left of home plate.
Yeah, it was, and picked it up and immediately fired to Valenzuela at first. They just got Kendrick by just about a half a step, and Howie and both Justin Bachman kind of wondering if Valenzuela may have bobbled that ball at first base, but no such luck.
Yeah, the way Justin's body language is exhibiting itself, he thought that Valenzuela did come off. Here's Brandon Wood. A sacrifice fly last night, a sacrifice bunt, nothing for 3, batting .244. Leads the team with 18 RBIs, a pitch outside for a ball, and now a fastball for a strike. No score, bottom of the first, nobody on, 2 out for the Colonels. On a 1-1 pitch, ball 2 taken outside by the shortstop.
Well, you got to think Hayhurst is only going to go, at the most 5 innings, depending on the pitch count. So Colonels might be wise to take a few today.
He comes straight over the top with a sharp slider, low and away, swing and a miss by Wood, strike 2. And Nick Touchstone will likely go a maximum of 5 innings, coming off his 3 2/3 innings of relief last Saturday afternoon in Grand Rapids. Swing and a foul, looped into the grandstand roof, just above the Colonel first base dugout.
Great folks upset over there in the far side suite
because they had a chance for it. It's still 2-2 to Brandon Wood. He's wearing that black eye paint underneath his eyes, and he swings and misses at a fastball that ran in on his hands. For the final out of the Colonel first, the Colonels go in order, and on this beautiful Thursday afternoon, after 1, it's the Wizards and Colonels scoreless. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Dun, 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 dun,
Da 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 da! Hey, call the A-Team! Hey, Matt, thanks for having us over for the game, but, we could have had it at my house. My TV is bigger, and my AC works.
I thought you were supposed to get that fixed while your wife was out of town this week.
Oh, man, I totally forgot, and she's coming home tomorrow. She's gonna kill you. What am I gonna do?
You need to call the A-Team.
The A-Team?
Yeah, Ahern Plumbing and Heating. They can get your service in 24 hours, guaranteed.
I better call Ahern Plumbing and Heating right away.
The Dan Patrick Show.
What did you do last night? Rich Eisen, former ESPN anchor, having a party, or I could have gone to the Playboy Mansion and the 50th anniversary.
Now, who were some of the famous people that were there besides yourself?
Famous people. Drew Carey was there. Lou Ferrigno.
Lou Ferrigno.
Oh, you know who was there? Salami from The White Shadow.
Scott Baio was there again, right?
You've got to love Chachi. And the ratio was, I think, 7 women to every 1 guy.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. I did meet the triplets, who are from Minnesota.
All right.
Yeah, now that's a three-peat. That'd be the trifecta. That's the triple crown right there.
But you not only see the modern-day Playboy women, you saw, Mimi Van Buren was there. Was she like the 50th anniversary Playmate?
I think she was there in like 53 or something like that. She looked like she was there in 53, 1953.
The Dan Patrick Show, weekdays on ESPN Radio.
We go to the top of the second inning, no score. We open up a 4-game weekend series with the Kansas City Royal minor leaguers starting tomorrow evening, a 6:30 start. 5 o'clock Saturday, 2 o'clock Sunday afternoon, 6:30 Monday evening. Here's Drew Macias. He's worn us out in this series. He's 6 for 12 with 4 extra base hits. A curve goes over his head for ball 1. Macias has 5 extra base hits in this series. 5 of his 6 hits are either for doubles, triples, or home runs. The 1-0 from Touchstone, a curve, a beauty. Strike 1 called. Quan Cosby is shifted around into left center for the left-handed batting Drew Macias. He's hitting .350 on the season. 500 in this series. Ball 2 is downstairs from the Colonel lefty, who paws and claws at the lower side of the hill where his plant foot lands.
That was the best curve of the day that Nick has thrown.
Here's a ground ball to the left side. Can Brown cut it off? No, it should be an infield single. It is for Drew Macias. He's 7 for 13 in the series. Well, at least we didn't give him an extra base hit. He broke his bat, and once it got by Matt Brown to his left, Scott, we knew Macias was aboard.
Well, that was kind of an interesting play. The rule of thumb is if you're the third baseman, you get to everything you can, and it looked to me like Matt could get to that ball, and I wonder if Brandon Wood called him off.
If he did, it was a mistake.
Because the only way they were going to have a shot at him was if Brownie was going to pick it up and wing it, and they still might not have had Macias.
You're right. Here's Skip Adams. He bats from a deep crouch, and he waits as Nick Touchstone tosses to first. Macias, 0-for-1 in stolen base attempts. Second hit of the day for the Wizards. Skip Adams played last year for the Kansas City T-Bones in the Northern League. They have the runner picked off, and a wild throw by Touchstone will send the runner to third. He may try to score as it's retrieved in the Colonel right field bullpen by Sean Rodriguez. An error by Nick Touchstone. Caleb Mayer got a glove on it, but it trickled away from him all the way into the Colonel right field bullpen, and the Colonels have committed their second error of this noon ball game.
Kind of an inauspicious way to start the second inning, and throw is wide to Caleb Mayer at first, a little bit. And the runner now advances on to third base. More than likely, Colonels will give up the run for the out.
That hurts. An infield single and a wild throw past first. They had the runner picked off. Wow. Now a foul over the backstop, strike 1 to Skip Adams. They tell me, Scott, that new baseball stadium on the Kansas side of the border in Kansas City, Kansas is something.
Yeah, well, everything's something in Kansas City.
They say it's not too far from that super speedway they built.
Yeah, Kansas Speedway.
Runner at third, nobody out for the Wizards, and a curve is upstairs, ball 1 to Skip Adams. 2 homers, 7 RBIs, 2 for 4 last night with the Kansas City T-Bones. In 26 games last year, he hit .247. A homer, 8 RBIs. He's in his third year of pro ball. And he grounds one to short to score a run. Brandon Wood will retire the batter. 1-0, an unearned run plated by the Wizards here. Skip Adams drives it home. As Scott noted, the Colonels were willing to trade a run for an out here in the second inning.
Yeah, and it's early on in the ball game. You think you're going to get to the pitcher that's coming off relief stint to make a start today, so you're going to give up a run for an out in that situation. You want to stay out of the big inning.
TV9's Bruce Downey with his sunglasses on is here this afternoon. Here's a Texas League looper for a base hit over the head of Howie Kendrick. What an effort by Howie, but it dropped between him and Sean Rodriguez in shallow right. A Texas League single for Big Colt Morton. And he was just strong enough to bloop it beyond the reach of Howie Kendrick.
Yeah, Big Colt's strong, and he's on the all-name team as well.
That's some baseball name, Scott.
Colt Morton.
The Burlington Bees, the last 2 years, had Kansas City Royal first-round draft pick, a pitcher, Colt Griffin. Well, let's turn our second double play of the day. Juan Ciriaco, a right-handed hitting shortstop, takes a knee-buckling curve for a strike. He steps all the way out of the dirt batting circle. Ciriaco, 0-for-7 in the series, did not play in the Kernels Taco Bell 10-spot 10-4 victory last night. Beautiful Uncle Charlie, same spot, same result, strike 2 called. And remember, now would be a great time as you're listening to the ball game to stop into any of the Cedar Rapids Taco Bells and get up to 10 beef tacos for just 39 cents. That's 50 cents off the regular price by telling them you're there for the Taco Bell 10 spot. That offer is in effect all day and evening at Cedar Rapids Taco Bells. A pitch low, fastball from Nick Touchstone. Boy, he reminds me, Scott, of a young Chuck Finley.
Looks a lot like Chuck out there in his delivery.
He chokes another curveball off, and it's ball 2 high and away.
That's pretty elite company, though.
Yes, it is.
You don't really want to put that much pressure on a young man right away.
Yeah, Nick's only in his second year. The lights have been turned on here. Fastball. Downstairs, apparently ball 3. It was 0-2. Now it's a full count to Juan Ciriaco. Nick Touchstone will make a lot of pitches. He's still trying to learn the strike zone, how to command and control, and that's why he's here at this level, to learn his craft. Ooh, strike 3 called. That delayed call almost got me, Scott. Ciriaco took a half step towards first, but he was rung up by Timothy Dobb.
Good pitch right at the knees, inside part of the plate. Ciriaco is strikeout victim number 2.
With a runner at first and 2 away, we go to the top of the order. Casey Baker reached on a throwing error by Matt Brown, the third baseman, to start this game. Swing and a miss on a terrific changeup, Scott. That was some let-up because his arm motion, Touchstone's arm motion, was the same as his fastball.
And that's the whole key. You cannot give away or tip your pitch that it's coming with the off-speed pitch.
Another changeup and the same result, a swing and a miss. Boy, I've seen progress already in this start. Just the third appearance of Nick Touchstone this season. He's made progress, and that's all you can ask at this level.
That's right.
Let's see if the Wizards start big Colt Morton. He's 6'5". He has a short lead being held by Mayer. He's not going. A ground ball back to the hill, and it'll be picked up by Touchstone. Everybody's safe. You can't blame Nick. They may give him an error. They probably will, but he flinched, Scott, because he didn't know how hard that ball was hit.
Yeah, that ball was not hit. They're going to give it a base hit, so that ball was not hit very hard, and Nick thought it was scalded right back to him and just put the glove down for self-defense. Bounded off the glove, and the leadoff man is aboard for the second time.
That's right. Baker reached on an error in the first, and now he reaches on an infield single off of Touchstone's mitt. Nick chased it down to the left of the mound, his right, and then made a very wise decision by pocketing the baseball. This is Peter Ramos stepping in, and a curve is inside for a ball. The red seats down below are, at least 35% full this afternoon, and great to see picnickers on both the left field Randy Keel Confidence picnic deck and the first base Miller Mezzanine Terrace as Ramos cuts into one and fouls it straight back, strike 1 to Peter.
There have been people in the hot tub today.
Isn't that great, Scott, to have the Mix 96.5 FM home run Westdale Mall home run hot tub open for business?
First day?
Yes, it was malfunctioning the first few games of this series. A beautiful hook drops in for strike 2 called to Peter Ramos. It's great to see TV9's Bruce Downey enjoying this ball game. Bruce is sinking his teeth into a hot dog in the second row of the Premier seats, just to the right of the home plate area. A curve, and it's swatted foul back towards Bruce Downey. Boy, Scott, Bruce is ever the professional with those gray trousers and the white long-sleeve dress shirt.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of suits and ties here this afternoon. Not so much the suit coat. Those are gone. A lot of ties, though, this afternoon.
The business folks are here. Nick Touchstone is trying to work out of a long top of the second inning that has seen the Wizards take the lead with 2 out, runners at first and second, and a shot into right center. Wouldn't you know it, a base hit. And it'll make it 2-0 Fort Wayne as big Colt Morton scores the second run of the inning. On to third goes Casey Baker. You just knew, Scott, when we couldn't get that third out of the inning that Peter Ramos would make us pay for it. And indeed he did. He's 2 for 2. And the Wizards have runners at the corners with 2 out. And they lead this game now 2-0.
And another jam shot by the batter. Pretty good pitch by Touchstone. Just a muscle shot out in the short right center field. And also, runner advanced from first base to third base.
As Colt Morton scored to make it 2-0. Well, Bobby Wilson went out to the hill, and now Bobby's flashing signals to his infielders because Peter Ramos, the runner at first, has 6 steals and 10 tries. This is the 7th Wizards at bat in their 2-run second inning. It's Brian Walbrink. He struck out looking in the first. 2-0 Fort Wayne, top of the second. A throw to first, almost a wild one by Nick Touchstone. Scott, I don't know what it is about young left-handers, but throughout the history of baseball, they're kind of like ponies. You have to harness them and not break them, but you have to harness them.
Yeah, and it takes a while.
Yes, it does. Nick Touchstone has all sorts of good things about his makeup and his demeanor. He's coachable, he's hardworking, and he's a competitor, and he delivers a strike, a letter-high fastball to the right-handed hitter Walbrink. Remember how long the Dodgers had to wait for Sandy Koufax?
No, and the wait was worth it.
Oh, brother, was it. The Cardinals had a kid who they thought would be the next Sandy Koufax, and he wound up having a pretty good major league career, Pete Falcone.
Pete Falcone, yep. Good pitcher, not a great pitcher, just very solid. Number 2-3 guy in rotation every year.
His nickname was the Fonz because he looked like Arthur Fonzarelli on Happy Days. The curve is a beauty, and Nick Touchstone is ahead, 0-2. Lights have been turned on here. It's great to see this ballpark alive with electricity and activity all around. This is the place to be. A throw to first, and the runner, Ramos, returns standing up.
And 4 more games coming up.
4 more starting tomorrow, and all you Royal fans, including Scott Trend and our board of director, Pinky Primrose, come out and see your Royal minor leaguers, the Burlington Bees. They have the runner picked off, and let's see if they throw home. The runner's trying to score. He scores! He scores! It's 3-0. The Kernels botched the rundown. He's still not tagged out. Now he is, and Fort Wayne steals a run. A terribly executed rundown by the Kernels, and that has Bobby Magallanes very upset in the Kernel dugout. It's 3-0 in favor of Fort Wayne. We'll leave it to our official scorer, Al Gruel, to sort out that botched rundown by the Kernels. They did finally, after about 30 seconds, tag Peter Ramos out.
13614, John.
I'll leave that for me to copy from you, Scott. Just a very poorly executed rundown. In the second for the Wizards, 3 runs on 4 base hits, 1 Kernel error, and Fort Wayne leaves nobody on. Scott, one more time, how did that pickoff finally end?
One more time, that went 13614.
Ouch, way too many throws, and the Wizards steal a run. The old-fashioned way, sandlot baseball. After an inning and a half, it's Fort Wayne leading the Kernels 3-0. You're tuned to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Fishermen know the feeling. A nibble on the line, set the hook, and boom, it's a battle royal with one big old fish.
Hello, this is John Campbell from KCRG TV9 Sports. Send me your pictures and home videos of those big fish you land, and I'll show them on Big Old Fish Mondays on TV9 News at 6. That address is Big Old Fish, KCRG TV9, Box 816, Cedar Rapids 52406. And remember, if it's not for dinner, catch and release. But get that picture first.
It's an information jungle out there. Predators are after your money, looking for that credit card receipt left behind, that blank check you lost. Any information to help them claim another victim of America's growing crime, identity theft. Don't give information to people you don't know, and report suspected fraud to your bank. Learn more at www.aba.com. And stay out of the jungle. This safety message is brought to you by Bank Iowa, Iowa's hometown bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
There is a one-stop service center for your car or truck. Webb's Transmission in Cedar Rapids, where Mike, Tracy, and the gang will take care of your automotive needs. Using a combination of experience, common sense, and computer diagnostics, Webb's Transmission will service your engine, transmission, perform brake and coolant service, or just about any routine maintenance. And now, Webb's Transmission offers injector cleaning. Webb's Transmission at the corner of J Street and 36th Avenue Southwest in Cedar Rapids.
We're underway with the Wizards holding an early 3-0 lead in the bottom of the second. Matt Pauley is in the hole 1-2, the Colonel cleanup hitter with a .348 average, 3 homers, 15 RBIs. A breaking pitch hit Matt Pauley. He stood in there, and Scott, sometimes people ask, well, does the batter have to get out of the way of a pitch? And I'm not sure about that rule.
Well, that's one of those unwritten rules of baseball. Technically, yes. He's got to get out of the way or at least make a move. The way the umpires are going to interpret that is if you move into the pitch, then they will not award you first base.
But if you let it hit you, it's all right.
Exactly, and that's what Matt Pauley did.
A double play ball hit to the shortstop. He only throws to first, and that was a wise decision by Juan Siriaco. Bobby Wilson topped one over the hill, and Siriaco came flashing in behind the mound. Threw Bobby Wilson out. It went 6-3, and Matt Pauley's in scoring position here in the second for Caleb Mayer.
Broken bat that time, and Siriaco had to go in front of the bag, John. It would have been a tough throw going against his body to flip it back to the bag at second. So he made the sure out, and you do that with a 3-run lead.
That's exactly right, Scott. With a 3-run lead, you don't take any foolish risks. Caleb Mayer had a hit last night, drew a leadoff walk to start the Colonel 5-run 8th inning, and a strike is in from Dirk Hayhurst, 23-year-old right-hander. Or check that. Yes, 23-year-old from Kent State. He fires a strike called. It's 0-2 to Caleb. Caleb hitting .212, no homers, 6 RBIs.
The Golden Flash of Kent State.
I did not know that was their nickname. Boy, Ohio's loaded with great colleges and small and mid-sized universities. Ooh, a slider just missed. I don't know how Caleb took it. I think, Scott, we're going to have a great afternoon. I think that cell in Benton County went right by us.
I think it did. I think we dodged a bullet right there. Come on out. Still plenty of time.
And a great day to enjoy Colonel baseball. The 1-2 to Mayer from the right-hander Hayhurst. And Uncle Charlie outside. That was a big roundhouse curve, and Caleb steps out. He's trying to cut into an early Wizard lead of 3-0 and drive home Matt Pauley, who was hit by a pitch to start this inning. Caleb stands straight away from the right side. Last year he had a pronounced open stance. He drives one in the air to deep right. It may get over Walbrink's head. It does. It's out of the park. Home run. Opposite field. That's Caleb straight. And Caleb Mayer has made it a 1-run game on his first home run of the year. He hammered it over the right field wall for a 2-run blast. And that brings the crowd alive.
As you mentioned, John, Caleb goes the other way. Wind helped it a little bit. Wind going from the left field foul pole to the right field foul pole, and that one just got over the fence in right field over the head of Brian Walbrink. He was not going to catch it either way. That was either going to be played off the wall or over the wall.
Exact description, Scott. Caleb really sent it a long way into right field. That's Caleb's hitting strength, and the Colonels have bounced back to pull within a run here in the second inning. Matt Brown hitting .235, doubled home a run to cap the Colonel 5-run 8th last night. He's taken a couple of curveballs for strikes, and Matt steps out. 3-2 Fort Wayne. Boy, Caleb Mayer. I am so excited about his future as a hitter in professional baseball. Here's a high drive into left field. It's a mile high. Underneath it, Casey Baker, the left fielder, makes the grab. That's the second out of the Colonel's second inning. Well, Scott, a lot of things are happening in the month of May. We have 20 home games this month, and will you be taking your annual pilgrimage to Indy?
Oh, definitely.
Boy, one of these years I'm going to take a sabbatical and hook up with my good friend Paul Draper. He can still get the tickets, can he?
He's got his ticket.
Ball one is upstairs to Nick Kimpton, left-handed batter. A changeup dips low to the Australian. Nick is very excited about the prospects later this summer in August of representing his home country, his home continent of Australia in the Greece Games. A high fly ball hit into shallow left. Casey Baker circles under this one and near the line, puts it away. Kimpton skies to left to end the Colonel second inning, but it was a good one. 2 runs for the Kernels. On 1 hit, a hit batter, no Wizard errors. The Kernels leave the bases empty. And after 2, it's the Wizards 3 and the Kernels 2. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
With all the talk about rising gas prices, doesn't it make sense to drive a fuel-efficient vehicle? You can when you buy with confidence at Randy Keel Honda. Get up to 51 miles to the gallon with the Honda Civic Hybrid. Every Honda model has awesome fuel efficiency. Don't wait for $2 a gallon gas to buy a fuel-efficient car. Now when you can save time and money now by previewing Randy Keel's fuel-efficient inventory online at randykeel.com. Right now, lease a 2004 Honda Accord LX for only $235 per month. At Randy Keel Honda, you'll find many great buys under $5,000 too. Randy Keel is the home of confidence, a 7-year, 100,000-mile guarantee. Randy Keel is dedicated on getting you the lowest possible price backed by the best service in the Midwest. Stop by and see for yourself at Randy Keel Honda, Center Point Road Northeast in Cedar Rapids, or visit them on the web at randykeel.com. Accord LX lease, 36 months, $14.88 due at lease signing. Includes first month's payment, security deposit, capitalized cost reduction, and excludes tax and license.
Faucets leaking, termites feasting, fishing, tackle, paints and spackle, tubs, jacuzzis, tapes and movies, everything from A to Z. Tile and lumber, tons of plumbers, elevators, coffee makers, radiators, party favors. Take a look and you'll think, let your fingers walk into Yellow Book. The other book.
When it comes to making their buying decisions, people today let their fingers do the walking through Yellow Book Yellow Pages. It's no wonder. Yellow Book's packed with money-saving coupons, restaurant menus, and vital community info. And with more ads than ever before, it has everything you need right at your fingertips. It's easy to spot. Just reach for the yellow directory with the map on the cover and join the smart shoppers who choose Yellow Book, not the other book. Put your business in Yellow Book. Call 1-800-YB-YELLOW.
Let your fingers walk into Yellow Book. The other book.
Wall Brink, and he lays down a terrific bunt to the left of the mound. Nick Touchstone picked it up and threw late. An infield single, a bunt single for Brian Walbrink to start the Fort Wayne third inning. My goodness, they have 6 hits already. Several of the infield variety, though. The batter is Jordan Pickens, a throw to first, and Walbrink returns safely. What a thrill for Walker Hunt, a kindergartner from St. Ludmillas. He got to take the field after the second inning and get the autograph of Colonel third baseman Matt Brown as our Culver's small fry of the game. The first pitch to Pickens is a strike of fastball. Walker had his Culver's cap autographed, and then Mr. Shucks presented the Culver's small fry Walker Hunt, a kindergartner from St. Ludmillas, with a certificate good for a free kids meal at either the Culver's Frozen Custard and Butterburger restaurants. That's where you can enter your kid for their chance to be selected as the Culver's small fry of the game. A curve is down and into Jordan Pickens for ball 1.
So far, Fort Wayne, a lot of bunts. And they're going to make Big Nick try to get off the mound and field it.
The 1-1 to Pickens. A set, a throw to first. Yeah, you're right, Scott. When you have success, and I think it's one of the most underestimated or valued positions on the field for fielding, and that is pitching. The best fielding pitcher I ever saw was Bob Gibson. There the runner goes. A curve, a strike. No chance for Bobby Wilson to throw into center field, but Quan Cosby backing it up. Brian Walbrink has stolen second. Yeah, Jim Cott and Bob Gibson were the two best I ever saw. Some say Greg Maddox is the best in the modern time.
He might be. And boy, did Walbrink get a jump on Nick Touchstone. He really timed that out perfectly. He was 2/3 of the way to second base before the ball was even released.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Jordan Pickens. He'll try to hit the ball to the right side of the the Colonel infield. He had a good pitch to do it with, a curve on the outer half, but instead he slaps it foul to the on-deck circle where Fernando Valenzuela Jr. picks it up. It's 3-2 Fort Wayne, and we're in the top of the third inning here on a beautiful Thursday afternoon.
First bug in the booth of the year.
That's a good sign.
That is a good sign.
Bugs mean we're done with the freezing. A fastball moves the batter off the plate a little bit for ball 2. Well, Scott, it's a shame in a sense that all these new ballparks being built year after year, and the new Petco Field has kind of flown in underneath the radar screen. I want to ask you about that in a second. I have a comment to make, and I want you to give your reaction. They're already saying, like they did at Comerica Park, let's move the fences in. Scott, no.
I agree. I agree. I think it's a great pitcher's park. You need pitcher's park.
Yes, you do. Everything shouldn't be tailored around the long ball. The 2-2. Strike 3 call. That is Nick Touchstone's third strikeout. All 3 caught looking. 1 away. A fastball on the inside corner. Scott, I think TV9 Chopper and Bobby Radcliffe may be flying over the plaza section.
Well, I can't tell. No, I don't think that's Bob.
That might be a hospital or a police.
I think it's one of the two.
That helicopter is moving on down the line south of here. Fernando Valenzuela Jr. cracked the ball hard, but hit into an inning-ending double play back in the first inning with the bases loaded. A curve and a good stop by Bobby Wilson. Yeah, I love that new park in San Diego, Petco Field, and I know that they did accommodate Juan Gonzalez the year he was in Detroit and moved the fences in a little bit, but it's still a pretty good pitcher's park.
It's still a good pitcher's park, but they did accommodate him. They haven't moved him back yet.
I wish they would. A curve low and away. And it's 2-0 to Fernando Valenzuela Jr. Boy, Scott, you just wonder what it would be like to carry that name around with you. A lot of people recognize you, but then it's almost not fair to you.
Because you have so many expectations. The same thing with Greg Bochy in this organization. And he is older for this league. He's 24, and I'm sure Padres are accommodating him because of his father. But still, there's a lot of pressure.
A strike to the left-handed batter from the Colonel Southpaw. A long look at second. The runner's going. A pitch grounded to the right side. Kendrick boots it, and it's 4-2 in favor of the Wizards. The Colonels may have made their third error of the game, and boy, you put that runner in motion, Scott, and good things happen. It completely threw the Colonel defense into a tizzy, and they have charged Howie with an error. That's the third Colonel error of the day, and the Colonels now trail by a pair, 4-2.
That ball kind of ate Howie up. It would have been a tough play.
Yeah, because I don't think anybody was covering first.
No. So it's just, a little lethargic today for the K guys.
And maybe it's their first adjustment having to turn around. Well, it is at home, having to turn around from a home night game and play a noon game. That is no excuse, and Bobby Magallanes will hear none of it. Believe me. Ball one is high and in to Drew Macias. He reached on an infield single, went to third on a throwing error by Nick Touchstone. There's a curve, and it's a strike call. Boy, Touchstone has such a fluid, effortless delivery, Scott, but I bet he's already made about 50 pitches today.
He certainly has. He's got the pitch count way up there, and we're only in the top of the third.
And we're trailing 4-2. We've made 3 errors, have been out hit 6-1, and we're very fortunate to only be down by a pair.
Nice little hit and run on that play, by the way. You don't usually see that with a runner on at second base.
No, you sure don't, but the Wizards executed it beautifully. A fastball taken outside for ball 2 to Drew Macias. 7 for 13 in this series. That is phenomenal.
Kind of wonder if Nick loses this man that might see a little bit of activity.
Well, we expected Chris Hunter to piggyback. Here's a high drive into shallow center. Quan Cosby has to come on like gangbusters to make a basket catch. Scott, what happened? Did he misjudge it, or did the wind bring it back towards the infield?
Well, I think the wind did bring it back in. Howie Kendrick gave up on that pretty quickly.
Yeah, he pointed to it.
And the way Quan covers ground out there, if you are either Brandon Wood or Howie Kendrick, say, well, Quan's going to get it. And he usually does.
And you know, Quan has had such a breakthrough defensively. He won a game for us in the opener Thursday night in Grand Rapids with a sensational catch. Here's a home run cut on a fastball, a swing and a miss by Skip Adams. Skip with an RBI ground out back in the Wizard 3-run second inning. They've scored a run here in the third and lead it 4-2. Adams holds his hands high above his blue batting helmet, slightly open stance. He bats from a deep crouch and takes ball one way outside.
Another good baseball name, Skip Adams.
Yes, it is. This crowd enjoying the early offensive fireworks. Nick delivers high for ball two.
Nick's missing with the fastball right now, and he's having to come back and rely on either the off-speed or the curveball, and that's what the Wizards are kind of camping on right now.
That's what they're sitting on, all right. There's a fastball low for ball three. Scott, we have some great news from Arkansas, our AA affiliate. They did not play last night, but, boy, they have some guys that are really setting a torrid pace.
And a lot of the guys that we know and hold pretty dear to our heart.
Strike two called, and now the count full with 2 outs to Skip Adams.
Casey Kochman in the Texas League, third batting, .370. 3 home runs and 17 RBIs for the big first baseman. Nick McGorno is hitting .326 with 4 homers and 19 RBIs. Jeff Mathis just keeps on flowing, .333. Tommy Murphy hit .321.
Isn't that great for Tommy? He learned how to switch hit. The payoff pitch, the runner goes! And the pitch is swatted foul into the backstop. We'll do it again.
Dallas McPherson, the third baseman, out of the Citadel, .309, 2 home runs, 16 driven in. And Alberto Callaspo at .309.
Boy, that Arkansas team has some great former Kernels thriving. There goes the runner, another 3-2, a hook. Strike 3 called inside corner, and Skip Adams yelps at the plate umpire, Timothy Dobb. I'll say this for Nick Touchstone. He's battling, Scott.
Yes, he is, and still in this ball game.
1 run for the Wizards on 1 hit, a stolen base, the third Colonel error in his many innings. Fort Wayne leaves a runner. They've stranded 3. Colonels come to bat in the home half of the third, down by a pair to the Wizards, 4-2. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Hey, man, what's up? Just getting ready to kick your butt.
Right.
And mess up your hair?
You just wish you could look this good.
Boo! Nothing but that. Hey, I'm a busy guy. I don't have time to make my hair look as good as yours. I mean, who has time to schedule an appointment, let alone show up for it?
Not me. I just go to Cost Cutters. I can get in whenever it's convenient for me.
Nice shot.
Yeah.
So you're telling me you just walk into Cost Cutters and come out looking good?
Well, for some of us, that comes naturally. But Cost Cutters makes it easier. They can do anything you want. A cool cut, even some color, and get some of that styling gel stuff to keep you looking good. Like me.
Oh, so that's why your hair never moves.
Oh, you're funny.
Cost Cutters. Thanks, man. This will save me some time.
Great. Then you'll have time to work on your game.
Oh, yeah, that's funny.
Are you a busy guy? Save yourself time and walk into one of our area's 12 Cost Cutters whenever it's convenient for you. Then relax, because Cost Cutters will make things easy and affordable for you.
Cost Cutters. Live your life. We always have time for your hair.
Butterflies in your stomach. You know the feeling, like when you're not sure you found the best loan. Well, set those butterflies free. Talk with a knowledgeable banker at Wells Fargo. Whether you're interested in a home equity loan, mortgage, or auto loan, they can help you find a product that's just right for you, including unique financing options you won't find anywhere else. And every Wells Fargo loan has competitive rates and affordable payment options. So be sure you found the best loan. Call or visit Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo, the next stage. Wells Fargo Bank and Equal Housing Lender.
Sean Rodriguez. Whenever he's in the lineup, Scott, something exciting happens. He's such an aggressive, assertive ball player, and he's already hammered 4 home runs, 9 RBIs this year. He's batting 9th in the Allen Motor Company order, and a beautiful curveball from Dirk Hayhurst drops in for strike 1 called.
Well, not only can he play every position, he can pretty much bat in every position.
That's right.
He's just a good-looking young ball player.
A curve misses outside. The Wizards thought Sean went around, but base umpire Darren Boudin said no. Rodriguez is 2 for 6 in this series, a 2-run homer on Monday night, a triple and a run scored in the Colonel win Tuesday night. There's another curveball. That's all Sean has seen, and he's in the hole 1-2.
69 pitches so far for Nick Touchstone, but no earned runs given up.
Well, that's a lot of pitches, and of course his defense, including himself, has been a bit faulty. Here's a ground ball past the mound. Tough play. No play. It ricochets off the second baseman Peter Ramos's mitt, and that may be an infield single for Rodriguez. What would you say, Scott?
I would say that would be a hit.
All right. Sean Rodriguez is awarded an infield single. And now the tying run at the plate, Quan Cosby. Ramos came in behind the mound in front of the bag at second. And even if he'd have fielded it cleanly, I don't think he would have had Sean Rodriguez.
No, I don't think so. We'll see if Kernels try to do something right here, down by 2 runs at the top of the order, and a hot Quan Cosby.
Quan takes a fastball high, hot as right. He scored 4 of the Colonel 10 runs last night.
A lot of food around the ballpark today.
Oh, yes. I think Dick Dirks may be here this afternoon.
Well, the Cub game's tonight, isn't it? No, it is this afternoon.
There goes the runner, and a high pop foul will be caught if someone can get to it, and they cannot. Oh, Scott, that was an exciting play. First of all, Rodriguez was off with the pitch. Quan, protecting the runner, just flung his bat towards the ball. It was a high fastball, and then the catcher, Colt Morton, couldn't find it.
And that's not the catcher's fault.
No.
Somebody's got to yell out where that ball is. That was a hit and run by the Kernels. Quan was just up there hacking to protect the runner and to try to move him over. And yeah, that ball should have been caught by either the third baseman or the catcher. But both teams look a little lethargic today. Not sure what the itinerary of the evening's activities were last night, but
well, Scott, it also could be just that short turnaround time.
Could be, and these are youngsters. Got to keep that in mind.
Yes. The 1-1, the runner not going. Quan squares the bunt and backs out of the way of a pitch inside. He had to play the role of a matador there. The bat was I don't know what they call that cape that the matador uses, but he backed out of the way.
Yeah, we're not going to say the boys were out late last night. We don't want to allude to that. But,
because I doubt if that was the case.
I doubt if that was the case, but not used to a lot of these day games after night games.
The lights are on here. It's a partly sunny, overcast Thursday afternoon. A Colonel win would make it 3 of 4 from Fort Wayne and up the Colonel first half record to 17-10. The Colonels hold a 1-game lead over 3 other teams in the league. The runner goes, a swing and a miss. The throw to second. Safe! A head first slide, a torpedo slide. The stolen base for Rodriguez, his 5th of the year.
Well, the throw is on the shortstop or third base side of the second base bag, John, and that is why Sean Rodriguez was safe. If that ball was on the correct side of the bag, I think they would have had Sean.
Now Quan, even on the count 2-2, will try to cut the Wizard lead to a run here in the bottom of the third. It's 4-2 Fort Wayne. Sean Rodriguez's white home uniform is caked in dirt on the chest. Ooh, Quan, with one of his rare strikeouts this year, chased a curveball, a floater outside, swung and missed strike 3. Well, Scott, you told us the great news about all the high averages of former Colonels, Kochman, Gorneau, Mathis, Murphy, McPherson, Kayaspo at AA. Our AAA ball club was involved in a win last night, and it was a football score.
8-6, Portland over Salt Lake, and you'll get those in the...
I made a mistake, Scott.
Oh, you meant
our
the
single A.
Okay.
Our single A club, I'm sorry. A curve is a strike to Howie Kendrick.
Well, Rancho kicked a Nate Kading field goal late and beat Lancaster 17-14 last night.
That Cal League is a hitter's league, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
We'll hear about some of the fireworks in a moment from Scott. The 0-1. Kendrick has a knee-buckling curve, drop in for strike 2.
Mike Napoli has 4 hits, including a home run, 4 RBIs. David Gates, pair doubles, 5 RBIs. Eric Ibar, Jared Abruzzo, scores 3 runs apiece.
A high fly ball toward the first base stands, chased by Fernando Valenzuela Jr., and it's out of play for strike 2 to Howie Kendrick, or the count remains rather, 0-2 to Howie. some poor patron kicked their beer over trying to get out of the way of that one.
Now, that's a loss right there. Rick Thompson got the win last night in that one.
Chopper, the Australian right-hander. He's going to be a good one. There goes the runner. Now he stops. Base hit into left. No! A diving stop by the shortstop, and he throws to second to end the inning. Oh, what theatrics. What acrobatic gymnastic ability by Juan Ciriaco. He climbed the ladder on a Howie Kendrick looping liner, caught it, and threw in behind Sean Rodriguez for a 6-4 double play. In the third, no runs for the Kernels. One hit, a leadoff single, a stolen base. There were no wizard errors. The Kernels leave nobody on. Scott Unash will take us through the middle three on this beautiful Thursday afternoon. After three, it's the Kernels trailing Fort Wayne 4-2. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
When we met at spaghetti, we would never forget the Ojanos. Now it's where mi amore and I dine in. We carry out the lunch and the dinner all the time for lasagna, ravioli, mandacati, cannelloni, tortellini, or try their delicious salads and sub sandwiches too. The Ojanos is the hometown taste of Italy. For your next meal with friends and a family, remember the Ojanos with 5 convenient locations for the pasta that makes you sing.
Hi, this is Dave Town with Five Seasons Transportation and Parking. Do you ever wonder if it's safe to send your child on the bus? It is, and here's a few reasons why. All the buses in Cedar Rapids are equipped with security cameras, so the drivers always know what's happening behind them. The buses also have global positioning systems, or GPS, which means they can be tracked at any time by satellite. Does that surprise you? It shouldn't. Five Seasons Transportation takes safety very seriously, and we've taken many steps to make sure your child will have a safe, easy ride every time they take the bus. Even when your child isn't on the bus, Five Seasons Transportation is helping keep them safe by using pollution-free biodiesel and alcohol fuels, Iowa products that help keep the air clean. And if your child is ever in trouble, they can always flag down a bus for help. I'm Dave Town, and I like to think of the bus as a traveling safety cocoon, motoring along Cedar Rapids streets. And keep in mind, if the bus is that safe and easy for your child, maybe you should think about riding the bus to work. Affordable, convenient, and safe. That's the bus. Ride it.
Back with you on this Thursday afternoon. A broken bat, humpback liner caught by Brandon Wood at shortstop. That starts the top of the fourth inning. Catch Colton Morton. Got sawed off, and little humpback liner out to Brandon Wood. And we're underway with the fourth. 1 pitch, 1 out. And that'll bring up Juan Ciriaco. 4-2 Fort Wayne as we welcome you into the top half of the fourth inning. Scott and John with you here this afternoon. Touchdown delivers, and a chopper up the third baseline, but foul. Fielded by Matt Brown. Good crowd on hand on this Thursday afternoon. A lot of kids, a lot of business folks here, and everyone in between.
And everybody in shirt sleeves.
Absolutely. 4-2 game. A curve is slapped over the dugout on the third base side, then ricochets back into the field of play, and it's quickly 0-2 to Juan Ciriaco, the shortstop, 226 with 9 driven in. Struck out back in the second inning, hits from the right side. Open stance for Ciriaco, and touchdown 0-2. Curveball dribbled toward third. Brown charges to his left, off-balance throw, off the bag, and on the tag, Mayer gets him out.
I'm surprised the Wizards don't argue. I wasn't sure about that tag, Scott. The phantom tag? No, he must have gotten him.
Must have got him. And quickly 2 out here in the top half of the fourth inning. Now it's acting more like getaway day.
Well, we need Nick Touchstone to give us the innings he's given us so far. His defense has been poor, but the Kernels are only down by a pair, even though we've been out hit 6-2 and even though we've made 3 errors.
Touchstone has not given up an earned run yet. Swing and a miss on a fastball on the inner half. Strike one, and the leadoff man, Casey Baker, has been on twice. Reached on an air at an infield single and stole home as part of a double steal. He swings and hacks one foul to the right side, quickly 0-2, and Touchstone going through his best half inning here so far.
Well, we'll ask you in a few minutes, Scott, who you think your surprise is of the first 6 weeks of the big league season.
Broken bat, little tapper beyond the mound, charged by Wood, off-balance throw, not in time, and another infield hit for Fort Wayne.
Boy, of their 7 hits, Scott, only 2 have been struck solidly. Only 2.
Broken bat, little roller all the way, and once it got by touchdown, there was no way the Kernels were going to make the out.
My biggest disappointment, and this is not a shot at the Royals, Tony Pena spoiled us last year with that whirlwind start, but Kansas City's really
are scuffling.
Yes, they are, and the Texas Rangers, you knew Buck Showalter would turn it around, didn't you?
Well, it's kind of interesting. They got the runner picked off. Mayer throws down to second base. Tag applied by Wood. And a caught stealing 1-3-6 as Casey Baker was going on the first movement, and the Kernels pick him off. We'll talk more about the Major Leagues coming up in the bottom of the 4th inning. No run, 1 hit, and that was a race on the caught stealing. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th. It's the Wizards 4, Cedar Rapids 2. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
There's a toll-free way you can call the KCRG TV9 News team with your news tips. Just dial 365-9999. 365-9999. It's Newsline 9, and it's your direct line to the TV9 newsroom. Call us with breaking news, interesting story ideas, weather information, or sports scores. When you see news happen anywhere in eastern Iowa, remember this number, 365-9999. Newsline 9. It makes you a part of the KCRG TV9 News team.
Hello, Eastern Iowa. This is Doug Worthen with Carousel Ford of Iowa City, and we'd like to thank you, our customer, for making us the #1 auto retailer in Johnson County and all of Eastern Iowa. So we are doing just that. In a true effort to show our commitment to you, Carousel Ford of Iowa City will soon be opening our new state-of-the-art facility on the corner of 218 and Highway 1 on Mormon Trek. Come let us show you how we'll earn your business the good old American way. Fair, simple, and honest. Carousel Ford, 217 Stevens Drive, next to the Waterfront Hy-Vee. Soon to be on the corner of 218 and Highway 1 on Mormon Trek in Iowa City.
The way to pocket important savings is to take advantage of Chevron motor oils and lubricants from the Otson Oil Company, your local Chevron oil distributor. Chevron lubricants are made from higher quality base oils for better performance, and that means longer life for your engine. Contact the Otson Oil Company in Cedar Rapids for details on how you can save time and money with Chevron lubricants. The Otson Oil Company, serving Iowa with quality lubricants since 1933. Visit Otson Oil Company at www.otson.com.
Bottom of the 4th inning, 4-2 Fort Wayne, as we welcome you back to Veterans Memorial Stadium. Brandon Wood, number 3 hitter, along with Matt Pauley and Bobby Wilson. Coming up to face Dirk Hayhurst, the right-hander. Got the win in the first game of this series and delivers strike 1 with a fastball to Brandon Wood. Kind of interesting little promotion between innings, John, with Mercy Medical Center.
I missed my promotion.
Yeah, that's a good one.
What player was it?
Aaron Pullen.
Oh, did the crowd get it right?
Some did. The 1-1 to the Colonel shortstop. Slow curve catches the outside corner for strike 2.
Well, Scott, I'm glad it went off well. Jennifer Sweeney, the former Jennifer Partridge at Mercy, worked long and hard with us. I was able to contact most of the Colonel moms to get those baby pictures.
Well, where'd you get the extra pictures? Curve in the dirt. It's 2-2. Because there's 3 pictures you flash up there.
They're all real Colonels.
Oh, they are?
Yes.
Okay.
We have pictures of 19 of the 25
Well,
guys.
who's the one in the cowboy hat? Because he's going to get a lot of grief.
Well, we're not going to disclose that yet.
The 2-2 swung on and fouled back.
You saw that one, huh?
Yeah, I saw that one. I think the Colonel saw that one too, because they were giving somebody a little business down in the dugout.
Well, one mom sent a particular picture that I just couldn't give to Mercy.
The 2-2 is, let's just cut on his tongue.
The kid was in his birthday suit.
Well, now you can't beat fun of the old ballpark, John.
You sure can't, especially when these guys were babies.
Curveball swung on, and a fly ball in the shallow center. Coming on in a hurry is Macias, and he'll make the catch in front of Brian Walbrink in right center for the out. 1 out for the Kernels here in the bottom of the 4th as they trail 4-2. Kernels have made 3 errors. That's been the difference this afternoon. Matt Pauley was hit by a pitch, scored one of the 2 Kernel runs. Came home on Caleb Mayer's first home run of the year to right. Base is empty, 1 out. The right-hander's pitch, fastball on the outside corner, 86-mile-per-hour strike. John gave us the high sign.
All right, sideline Freddie here getting highlights for his sportscast
Probably at 6 o'clock and 10 o'clock, Scott. I would imagine. 1 ball, 1 strike. Upcoming here to Matt Pauley. In from the left side. And, gets out of the way of a high and tight fastball. It's 2-1. I shouldn't put this on upside down, though.
I think I made that mistake.
2-1. Right-hander's delivery, and that's outside ball 3. Wind still going from left to right now. Outfield shaded to the left for Matt Pauley. Hitting .348 with 15 driven in. Pitch 3-1 taken for a strike, and it's now gone full to Pauley at 3-2. We'll talk more about the majors coming up. John put out a good question for me. The payoff delivery swung on and lifted high in the air on the infield. Shortstop calling everyone off, and Siriaco puts it away behind the bag at second for the second out of the 4th inning. Well, I'm going to go with Texas as the biggest surprise so far, and like you said, you knew it was only a matter of time till Buck Showalter got things righted at Texas, and they're doing it with a lot of young hitters.
Mark Texera, Hank Blaylock, the hero of the world of the All-Star game.
Bobby Wilson stepped in from the right side, and the slider taken for a strike.
Let's don't forget Alfonso Soriano.
And he's not had a good start. The 0-1 to the Kernels catcher. That's another slider low and away for ball 1. Yeah, Kansas City, the Royals last year may have been just a year ahead of their progression. And still early. The 1-1 with 2 outs. Swung on and lofted foul over the terrace seats on the right side. And I heard a great stat, though. I think Tim Kirchin had this on ESPN a couple weekends ago. The 1-2 backs Wilson off, and it's 2-2. For the last 20 years, all the playoff teams, John, that have made the Major League playoffs, only 4 have had losing April. Wow. The 2-2 slow curve, hitting the short left, and going out Siriaco, he won't get it. Falls between the shortstop and the left fielder, Casey Baker, for a hit. Bobby Wilson is aboard.
Well, that tells you that even though it's a marathon, you better not sputter too much out of the gate.
That's the adage in baseball. You can't win the pennant in April, but you can lose it.
And boy, did the Baltimore Orioles in 1988 find that out. Remember when Baltimore had to fire Cal Ripken Sr. 6 games in, and I think they went 0-23.
That's right. Before they beat the White Sox. Wilson, short lead at first, and pitch up high to Caleb Merrick. Tying run up at the plate, and Caleb hit a home run last time up. Just deposited the ball over the right field wall. Beyond the reach, Brian Walbrink. 2 out, runner on. Short lead again by Wilson. And the curve is taken down low, and Mayer up on the count, 2-0. I remember that night I was at the old vet when Dale LeBrode announced that the Baltimore Orioles had beaten the White Sox. The 2-0 swung on, hit high, and foul ground right side. Catcher coming over to take a look, and it 3 rows into the seat.
And it's still, Alex bounces up to a youngster who has a lifetime honorary Colonel contract and a free spaghetti dinner from Zio Giano's. All he has to do is show it at the Blimpie Guest Services booth.
He's got to show it to all his friends first. He's BMOC now, big man on campus.
That's right.
2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Wilson short lead at first. Tying run at the plate here, 4-2, Fort Wayne, bottom of the 4th. Curve, swung on a miss, or make that a slider. No activity in either bullpen. Dirk Hayhurst, the relief pitcher most of the year, making a start this afternoon. He got the win Monday night. 2-2, 2 out, 1 on. Swatted foul right side. Well, go ahead, John.
I was going to say, being a former Reds affiliate here, it's nice to see Cincinnati at least competitive this year. And Mike Kubeck said he thought Dave Miley would be a great fit as a full-time manager.
Yeah, because he works well with young kids, with Kearns and the rest of them. Long look from the belt, the 2-2. Again, fouled away to our right. Almost picked off Matt Brown in the on-deck circle. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Caleb Mayer with a pretty good battle here. Takes a look at a pitch inside, and the count goes full, 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Dirk Hayhurst against Caleb Mayer. 4-2 Fort Wayne. Outfield shaded to the right. Pretty good gap in left center for Caleb Mayer. There goes the runner. Pitch inside, ball 4. And the Kernels have the tying run to board.
That was a long, hard-fought walk and a beautiful at-bat for Caleb.
That'll bring up Matt Brown. A lot of crooked numbers on the board here so far.
Last night, 23 hits in the Colonel Taco Bell 10-spot win, 10-4. Make sure that you take advantage of the Colonel Taco Bell 10-spot all day today and this evening. Cedar Rapids Taco Bells up to 10 beef tacos for only 39 cents when you mention the Taco Bell 10-spot.
Slow curve taken for a strike. Good Uncle Charlie that time by Hayhurst. Still nobody warming in the bullpen for Fort Wayne. 2 on, 2 out. This rally started with 2 outs. Right-hander delivers. Fastball at the letters for a strike, and Brownie's in the hole 0-2. Wilson with a single to short left, little Texas leaguer, and fouled up by Caleb Mayer's walk. Look to second. From the set, the 0-2. Swung on and lifted high in the air to left, but playable for Casey Baker. Couple steps in front of the warning track. Now drifting to his left, puts it away. And that will do it for the Kernels in the bottom of the 4th inning. No runs, 1 hit, a walk, no errors, 2 left on. First 2 left on of the day for the Kernels. As we head to the top of the 5th, it's Fort Wayne Wizards 4, the Kernels 2. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
With all the talk about rising gas prices, doesn't it make sense to drive a fuel-efficient vehicle? You can when you buy with confidence at Randy Keel Honda. Get up to 51 miles to the gallon with the Honda Civic Hybrid. Every Honda model has awesome fuel efficiency. Don't wait for $2 a gallon gas to buy a fuel-efficient car. Not when you can save time and money now by previewing Randy Keel's fuel-efficient inventory online at randykeel.com. Right now, lease a 2004 Honda Accord LX for only $235 per month. At Randy Keel Honda, you'll find many great buys under $5,000 too. Randy Keel is the home of confidence, a 7-year, 100,000-mile guarantee. Randy Keel is dedicated on getting you the lowest possible price backed by the best service in the Midwest. Stop by and see for yourself at Randy Keel Honda, Center Point Road Northeast in Cedar Rapids, or visit them on the web at randykeel.com. Accord LX lease, 36 months, $14.88 due at lease signing. Includes first month's payment, security deposit, capitalized cost reduction, and excludes tax and license.
Hometown Restyling. Hometown Restyling. For all your remodeling needs, satisfaction is guaranteed. Hometown Restyling specializes in all of your home's interior, exterior needs. Come and visit one of our showrooms, one in Hiawatha, one in Coralville, and see the possibilities. Windows, siding, sunrooms. Please call 378-1221. Hometown Restyling. There's no place like home.
Cedar Rapids Spirits here entertaining the crowd on this Thursday afternoon as we welcome you back to the ballpark. Want to say hi to Rockwell and MCI out on the Randy Keel Confidence Pavilion today. They picked a nice afternoon.
Yes, they did.
Sun's starting to come out here on this Thursday. Overcast day, but the rain has held off. Still time for you to make your way to the ballpark. And, the first pitch hits Peter Ramos, and he goes down in a heap. That got him right on the left kneecap, it looks like.
And they are rushing to his aid. Randy ready, the skipper, and the trainer out on the scene as well for the Wizards. Nick Touchstone feels terrible about it. I thought, Scott, that it hit him a little bit below the knee, but I think you're right. He went down in a massive heap. Now, the good part is he's now resting on his right elbow. He's still in a prone side lane position, but they're going to have to lift him from this game, and that's a shame because he just won't be able to bear weight, I don't think.
We'll have to wait and see. Now, double-barreled action in the Colonel bullpen. Alan Buckley ran down there quickly, and also Chris Hunter.
Yeah, they're both up quickly, Scott. 4-2 Wizards here in the top of the 5th inning, and they're still not letting Peter Ramos even try to get up. And boy, you just feel so bad, not only for Ramos, who's writhing in pain, but the last thing Nick Touchstone wanted to do was A, hit the guy, and B, hurt the guy.
Yeah, especially down 4-2. Ramos sitting up now on right around the dirt batting circle around home plate. At least sitting up. Still out there. Now Randy Reddy's going to help him up, and let's see exactly what's going to happen here. They're still talking things over with Ramos. That's the third time he's been on. A pair of hits, an RBI, and now has been hit by a pitch and got him right around the left kneecap.
Yeah, that's where they're looking. Ooh, boy, they did the point-sensitive touch. And, Scott, how in the world is he going to stay in this game? They've got a pinch run.
Well, he's trying to talk him into it right now.
Oh, boy.
I can stay in.
These guys are tough.
Paul Navarro is the trainer for Fort Wayne. Randy Reddy, the former big leaguer down there coaching.
Randy was a terrific ball player, 13 years in the big leagues. I remember him as a Philly and Padre. Ramos is very gingerly walking.
He just said, I can't go.
And so now they're going to bring in a pinch runner, and we'll see who that is. A pinch runner will take over for Ramos and then likely play second base. Or perhaps Randy Reddy will juggle his defensive alignment. Ramos is still trying to flex his left knee. Man, that thing must have gotten him right on that point-sensitive area.
Well, we got all kinds of changes here. Randy Reddy is talking to a couple of guys. Ramos will leave the ball game.
And now the Wizards' first base coach, a position player, and that looks to be
Mark McRoberts.
Yes, Mark McRoberts will likely run for Peter Ramos.
How do you like that? That's minor league baseball in a nutshell. You're coaching first. You have no idea you're going to be in the game. One pitch later,
there you are.
There you are.
Instead of coaching first, you're running it first.
That's right.
Reminds me, Scott, of that unfortunate incident in extra innings 2 years ago. Or no, last year when Jake Mathis was pressed into duty as an umpire.
I remember that. Bet Jake hasn't upped since then.
I bet he hasn't either. Mark McRoberts, as Scott said, is taking over at first base as a pinch runner.
And I would imagine we'll stay in the game to play second base. But we will let you know about that. So McRoberts aboard. And that will bring up Brian Walbrink. He has struck out. Bunt single, stole a base, and scored on an error. 4-2 Fort Wayne, top of the fifth. Leadoff man aboard. The left-hander's delivery. Broken back. Humpback liner to short right. Rodriguez coming on, and he makes the grab. One pitch, one out to Brian Walbrink. Runner still on at first, and Jordan Pickens, the DH, coming up. Touchdown's broken 3 or 4 bats today.
That means he's getting inside.
Likewise for Hayhurst. He's also broke about 3 or 4 bats. Touchdown from the belt. Left-hander looks at first. Not a big lead, and a big overhand curve taken for a strike. Took a lot off that, only 69 miles per hour. Touchdown in his 5th inning has not given up an earned run. Another curve and a short fly ball that's going to fall in front of the left fielder, Kimpton, for a base hit. Nick overruns it, now goes back to pick it up. No harm done, as the runners will stay on at second and first.
Eric Bennett or Bobby Magallanes look like they're ready to come out and either lift Nick Touchstone or talk to him. My goodness, Scott, yet another weekly hit, base hit.
Yeah, Nick has not had a lot of luck today. And here comes Fernando Valenzuela Jr., the big left-handed hitting first baseman. This may be the final batter that Touchstone will face this afternoon.
It'll either be Chris Hunter or Alan Buckley to take over.
They'll keep him in there to face the left-hander. Look to second. Fastball taken for a strike. Right down Broadway to Valenzuela. Looked like he was taking all the way. Fernando hit into a 6-4-3 double play and reached on an error by Howie Kendrick. Hunter and Buckley still backing up Touchstone. Colonel infield. Back everywhere. Outfield straight up. Pitch taken outside. Quick throw down to second base, and Nick Roberts just gets back in. Kind of nonchalant it back in there. Tell you what, the Kernel catchers, they are not afraid to throw the ball around.
They've done it quite effectively, haven't they, Scott, all season?
And I like that.
Yeah, I do too. The best I saw in this league was Benji Molina's younger brother with Peoria the last 2 seasons, and now his first name escapes me. He's one of 3 or 4 Molinas who catch.
They're all pretty good. The 1-1 with 1 out, 2 on. 4-2 Fort Wayne. Ooh, almost hit him. Valenzuela had to jackknife out of the way of that inside pitch. And he's on top of the count, 2-1. Crowd kind of on their hands a little bit right now. Kernel's looking for the double play. Pinch runner McRoberts. The pinch ran for Peter Ramos after he was hit in the kneecap by a pitch, or right around the left knee. Here's the 2-1, slow curve outside, and it's 3-1. Pickens for the Texas League single to left. He's on at first, not being held on by Caleb Mayer. 3-1. Touchdown from the belt. The left-hander delivers. Valenzuela goes the other way. Hits one down the left field line. Coming in, Kipton makes the running grab while falling into the tarp. What a play by the Aussie.
Only an Aussie would make that play. That was absolutely fearless, Scott, by Kimpton, and he rammed hard into the tarp. And Brandon Wood is checking him out. He really rammed one of his knees hard into the tarp, right in front of the angled wall of the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion. And Scott, the ball was being blown and sailing away from him. Did he catch it in fair or foul ground?
Oh, way foul. And there is no give in that tarp, John, as you know.
No, there is not.
And now Bobby Wilson's going to come out, probably to give Nick Kimpton a little extra time.
To me, that's the defensive play of this game.
Absolutely.
Boy, Kimpton is so fearless out there.
What a play by Nick Kimpton. 2 outs, 2 on. And Drew Macias, the center fielder. Another left-handed stick. So, touchdown will stay in there to face him. And the slow curve stays inside 1-0. Valenzuela tried to go the other way with it. Hit one down the short porch. And Kimpton made a heck of a grab at foul ground.
Did not shy away one bit.
Outfield straight up for Macias. The 1-0. Swung on and tapped down to first. Mayer will take it himself and touch the bag. And that will do it for Fort Wayne. So again, Nick Touchstone gets out of it with no damage done. For Fort Wayne in the top of the 5th inning, no runs, 1 hit, a hit batter, and 2 left aboard. Fort Wayne has left 5 on through the afternoon. As we head to the bottom of the 5th, we're halfway home. It's Fort Wayne 4, Kernels 2 on Getaway Day. You're listening to the Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Toyota Financial Services of Cedar Rapids understands the importance of reading in the lives of our community's children. That's why they're proud to fund the 6th annual Toyota Financial Services Kernel Summer Reading Program. The generous support of Toyota Financial Services will result in Kernels players conducting a record 32 elementary school assemblies this spring to encourage girls and boys to read throughout the summer. Their reading accomplishments will be recognized by Toyota Financial Services with fabulous rewards. Toyota Financial Services, a true hero to the Kernels and the youth of our community.
There's a dream of life in your heart to tell you you're one of a kind. This is your time to just be you. Rise up, be strong. Originality lasts a whole lot long. Nothing better. Dr. Pepper. The taste of originality, Dr. Pepper. Salute individuality, Dr. Pepper. Do what you do, your moment has come. You're not like anyone. Nothing's better. Dr. Pepper. Do what you do, your moment has come. You're not like anyone. Nothing's better. Dr. Pepper.
Bottom of the 5th inning, 4-2 Fort Wayne. And how many times do you see this after you make a sterling defensive play? You lead off the next half inning. Nick Kimpton made a terrific running catch at foul ground. 0 for 1 will lead things off. It'll be 8-9-1 for the Kernels. He hits the ground ball to the right side. Second baseman going over. Ramos makes the grab, or make that Casey Baker, who moves from left field to second, John.
And they tested
That's a rude greeting.
Yes, and he took a hit away from Nick Kimpton. Casey Baker, as Scott noted, has come in from left field to take over for Peter Ramos, who left the game after being struck by a pitch in the top of the fifth inning. Mark McRoberts, who came on to pinch run for Ramos, is now in left field for Fort Wayne.
Sean Rodriguez, an infield single, stole a base. That came back in the third inning. He's 1 for 1. What's that? A slow curve outside for ball 1. Action now. A left-hander warming up at the Fort Wayne bullpen. And the Kernels still have Chris Hunter warming up. I think he'll probably take over for Nick Touchstone coming up in the sixth.
I can't imagine if he wouldn't.
2-0 now to Rodriguez. 4-2 Fort Wayne here on this Thursday afternoon. Swing and a miss by Rodriguez. He was looking fastball and swung through it.
8 hits for the Wizards off Touchstone, but only 2 by my count were even hit solidly.
And no earned runs. The pitch, golf foul off the facing in front of the Fort Wayne third base dugout, and it goes right to Bobby Magallanes.
You know the other encouraging part about Touchstone's outing, Scott, in addition to none of the runs being earned?
Pitch just inside, and the count goes full 3-2.
He only walked 1 batter.
That's good. Greg Grant is warming up.
Yes, he walked, 1 batter.
Swing and a miss on a slow curve, and Rodriguez is the third strikeout victim for Dirk Ahern. 2 out, nobody on, and we'll flip the order over. To the top we go to Quan Cosby, who's 0 for 2 today.
Our Springhouse Family Restaurant baseball trivia question comes your way in the next half inning when the Wizards bat in the sixth.
Always look forward to that. Quan's taking the collar this afternoon. He's 0 for 2. Hits one the other way. A line driver to left, and coming on and making the catch is McRoberts. So the 2 new defensive players were tested pretty good in that inning, and they both both pass with flying colors. Easy 1-2-3 inning for Fort Wayne. And we're through 5. It's the Wizards 4, the Kernels 2. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Whether you're a serious athlete or a weekend warrior, injuries can take you out of your game. Smart athletes know that Physiotherapy Associates in Cedar Rapids are the experts in the treatment and prevention of sport-related injuries. Our expert staff serves the metro and surrounding area high school athletes. Physiotherapy Associates of Cedar Rapids, the smart choice in sports medicine. Call us at 398-1569. That's 398-1569. We'll get you back in your game today.
Here's a fact about the new Veterans Memorial Stadium I bet you didn't know. All of the grounds surrounding our community's newest source of pride are maintained by Greg's Lawn Service. That's right, it's Greg's Lawn Service that provides you with that initial lift when you approach our magnificent new ballpark. Greg's Lawn Service can put their first-class signature on your yard, elevating it to the same immaculate condition you see around the stadium. Greg's Lawn Service, a cut above the rest since 1983.
Hey, corporate employees and union members too, Airport National 27-0 Public Golf Course in Cedar Rapids has an unbelievable new corporate union season pass special for you. 2 people for $300, 4 people for $250, 10 people or more for only $200 each. Add a spouse for only $125 or just $50 for each child. Airport National Public Golf is now accepting new corporate, charity, and church golf outings and leagues starting as low as only $11 per person. Holy sliced, Batman. Please visit us just 4 miles east of the Eastern Iowa Airport today.
Chris Hunter takes over for Nick Touchstone for the Kernels in the top half of inning number 6. Fort Wayne leading Cedar Rapids 4-2. 4 runs, 8 hits, no errors for Fort Wayne. 2 runs, 3 hits, and 3 big errors for the Kernels. And John, tell us about Nick Touchstone and Chris Hunter.
Well, Nick Touchstone, 5 innings pitched, 4 runs, none earned. On 8 hits, he fanned 4. He only walked 1. He hit a batter. Chris Hunter, Scott, last pitch brilliantly Saturday afternoon in Grand Rapids, 5 shutout innings against the Whitecaps, and he only gave up 2 hits, struck out 3, walked none. He was the winner last Saturday against West Michigan. Chris Hunter is pitching out of the bullpen for the second time this season. He's made 3 starts. He's 1-0 with a sterling ERA of 1.06. Hunter has only given up 2 runs in 17 innings. And in 17 innings, Chris has fanned 13, walked 11, and allowed only 9 hits. Chris Hunter, he'll come right after these hitters. That's his M.O.
He piggybacks with Nick Touchstone. For Fort Wayne, it'll be the bottom third of the order. Skip Adams, Colt Morton, and Juan Siriaco to face the right-hander. Adams is 0 for 2. Did have an RBI ground out. That came back in the second inning. Swings at the first pitch and taps it foul up the left side. We'll have the Springhouse trivia question coming up for you in just a little bit. Maybe a few pitches away. Who knows?
Yeah, we are going to tell.
John's going to set it up, as we like to say in the industry.
That's right.
There's Uncle Charlie taking for a strike, and it's quickly 0-2 for Chris Hunter.
One of the best sellers at the Springhouse, it's one of their signature dishes. It's their hot beef sandwich served on bread with mashed potatoes and smothered with gravy.
Sounds good. Slow curve, strike 3 called. Good morning, good noon, and good night.
I've been waiting for that silhouette, that beautiful picture of words, Scott, all season long.
1 out. Adams is gone. Second strikeout on his day. And here's Colt Morton, the big catcher. Couple of home runs, but only hitting 107 coming in. He's 1 for 2 today. Swings through a low fastball for strike 1.
If you've been one of our 14 Springhouse Family Restaurant Baseball Trivia Question winners, that's great. You've already earned a $5 gift certificate to the Springhouse. Make sure you play along wherever you're tuned in this afternoon, but don't call in. That'll let all the other Kernel fans have their fair chance at that $5 gift certificate from the Springhouse.
Curve and a foul tip right back. One of your front office workers down there flinched, but John Campbell did not move.
The seasoned pro.
0-2, and that's golf deep to left. Going back on it, tipped in, off his glove and off the wall. Rounding first and on his way to second is Colt Morton with a stand-up double. Nick made a good effort on it, John. That ball was scalded to left.
Just beyond the reach. Nick got a glove on it, then rammed into, at least the wall was padded. The tarp cover he hit in the last inning, making a spectacular catch, was not padded, and Kipton did everything but leap up and catch that one.
So it'll be a double with 1 out. That'll bring up the number 9 batter, Juan Siriaco. Still in there from the right side. He has a skip out of the way of an inside pitch, and it's 1-0. We'll get you the question coming up
from the Springhouse.
Hopefully coming up in a little bit. We can get some scores, too, in those afternoon games. The 1-0. Slider taken for a strike from the right-hander, Chris Hunter. All right, we ready, John?
We sure are. We're going to go back to 1986 and that fabulous world champion New York Met team.
We'll do her after this pitch. 1 out. Look to second by Hunter, and the right-hander delivers in the dirt. 2-1. Sid Fernandez and Ron Darling combined to win 31 games for the 1986 world champion New York Mets. In what state were they born in? In what state were Sid Fernandez and Ron Darling born in? The 2-1. Bad swing there by Siriaco, and it's 2-2.
For your chance to earn the gift certificate from the Springhouse, 896-7589. 896-7589.
And what state were Sid Fernandez and Ron Darling born in? And already the phone ringing. Swing and a miss by Siriaco. Had a big hack with 2 strikes on him. And he's the second strikeout victim of the half inning. Second one of the afternoon for Chris Hunter.
From all indications, Scott, we may have a winner. We do in our Springhouse.
I knew that wouldn't take long today.
Everybody else in the press box, oh, John, that's way too hard. They'll never even call. They can't get that. I said, I think our audience is more sophisticated than that, guys.
They know it.
I knew they'd know it.
Look to second, and a swing and a foul over the roof to our left. 0-1 to the leadoff man, Casey Baker, up for the 4th time, and he's reached 3 times. 2 hits, reached out an air, and has scored a run. 4-2 Fort Wayne, top of the 6th. Colt Morton, who reached on a 1-out double, is aboard at second. Hunter takes a peek at him from the high set. Now delivers. Swinging a foul straight back, and it's 0-2 to Baker. And we've got a winner to congratulate in our Springhouse trivia question. And congratulations going out to Jeff Hare from the southwest side of Cedar Rapids.
We'll repeat the question and give the answer Jeff gave to earn the certificate from the Spring House.
Swing and a short fly ball going out to left center. Coming in, Kimpton. He calls off Cosby and makes the grab. And that will do it for Fort Wayne here in the top half of the sixth inning. No runs, a hit. And the Wizards leave a man on. We'll tell you the answer to our question coming up in the bottom of the sixth inning. After 5.5, it's Fort Wayne 4, Kernels 2. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Catch the Herd with Colin Cowherd. Weekday mornings from 9 to noon right here on the Zone. ESPN Radio 1600. KCRG Cedar Rapids, thanks for tuning in. And here's your sports lineup. Friday night, big night of sports here on the Zone. We'll get things started at 6:10 with Kernel Baseball. Kernels welcome in the Burlington Bees for the first of 4 to close out the homestand. Then after that, it's out to Iowa Superspeedway, Hawkeye Downs, for Friday night feature racing. That comes up right after Kernel Baseball. Saturday, the 8th Coach's Corner from the Marion High B comes your way from 9 until 10. And then at 4:40, it'll be Game 2, Kernels and Burlington. Sunday the 9th, Kernels and Burlington, this time at 1:40 from Vet Stadium. 5:40, it'll be Diamond Gems Baseball Magazine, followed at 6:40 by ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, the Philadelphia Phillies and the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Playing a sport is like driving a Jeep. You want to be tough. You want to go the distance. And you want to be the best. Now at Mike McGrath Auto Center, do it all in a brand new Jeep Liberty. Only $15,995. Yes, Jeep Wranglers, Grand Cherokees, and Liberties from $15,995. Make your mark on or off the field in a new Jeep from just $15,995. Only at Mike McGrath Auto Center, 4610 Center Point Road Northeast, Cedar Rapids. Dealer retains rebates. All offers on select models with approved credit plus fees.
4-2, bottom of the sixth. Scott Unash, John Rogers from the ballpark on this Thursday afternoon. Homestand continues tomorrow night when the Kernels face the Burlington Bees, the Kansas City Royals Class A Midwest League affiliate. Gates will open at 5:30. John will be on the air at 6:10. Then right after that, I have to say weather permitting, we will head out to Hawkeye Downs for Friday night racing. Big sports weekend. Kernels today, River Raiders tonight.
So Hawkeye Downs racing hopefully tomorrow night.
There you go. Howie Kendrick will lead things off against the brand new pitcher, left-hander Grant Gregg is in there. And Kendrick hits one fair down the third baseline and into the corner. He's around first as the left fielder McRoberts gets to the ball, throws it in, and a lead-off double for Howie Kendrick, and the Kernels have the tying run coming up.
His 8th hit in the series. Grant Gregg was the loser here Tuesday night in a Kernels 6-3 victory. He went 1 inning, surrendered 5 runs in 1 inning, only 2 earned on 4 hits, struck out 1, walked 1. He's a 23-year-old southpaw from Abilene Christian in his second year of pro ball.
And just like that, John, the Wizards have a right-hander starting to warm up.
We'll have the final line on Dirk Hayhurst in a moment and get back to that Springhouse trivia question.
Look, the second, and a swing and a tip foul at the knees of Colt Morton to Brandon Wood, who's 0 for 2. He's taken the collar so far. Our question was, Sid Fernandez and Ron Darling combined to win 31 games for the 86 world champion New York Mets. In what state of the union were they born in? And congratulations to Jeff Hare from the southwest side of Cedar Rapids. He told us the great state of Hawaii. The 0-1 is golf foul.
And I didn't realize, Scott, that's why Sid Fernandez wore number 50. I didn't know that. Right. 50th State of the Union. They were both born in Honolulu.
Where else?
Our good friend Don Ho still performs there.
Don't go there, John.
I know, we joked a few years ago whether the great Don Ho was still living, and we had a listener out in Los Angeles who chided us for not knowing that, and not knowing that his daughter performed in Vegas.
The 0-2, golf just foul again down the third baseline. That was almost deja vu. Or as Yogi would say, deja vu all over again. No balls, 2 strikes to Brandon Wood. And so far, the Kernels getting a pretty good look at the left-hander Grant Gregg. Here's a pitch swung on and hit in the air to left. Going back in front of the warning track is McRoberts. He'll make the catch. Tagging at second is Kendrick, and he'll chug in the third, sliding.
That's great base running with the play in front of him. He saw McRoberts backpedaling, Scott, and that's a huge advancement because in a 2-run game in the 6th inning, you get that run home, and it's a brand-new game.
He'll come to third with one out for Matt Pauley. Good situation here for the Kernels. Matt Pauley with 15 RBIs in the year, leading hitter for the Kernels at 348. Scored one of the 2 runs for Cedar Rapids this afternoon. He was hit by a pitch and scored ahead of Caleb Mayer's home run. 0 for 1 on the afternoon. Runner on at third, and the delivery by the left-hander in the dirt, and a good block by Colt Morton. Lefty versus lefty right here in this matchup. Matt looking for RBI number 16. Wilson on deck. The 1-0. Again in the dirt, blocked by Morton.
Grant Craig is 6'3", 230. He takes over for Dirk Hayhurst, the starter. He went 5 innings. Can win this game, cannot lose it. He surrendered 2 runs, both earned on 3 hits. He struck out 3. He walked 1 and he hit a batter.
Hayhurst pitched well. 2 balls, no strikes. Pauley in the driver's seat. Swings, line drive, off the glove of the second baseman Baker into center field for a base hit. Matt Pauley with his 16th RBI of the season, and the Kernels within a run at 4-3.
Oh, I thought Baker had a real chance, Scott. He had to leap to his right, and ordinarily the old axiom in baseball they used to tell you in Little League, I'm not sure it's true, if you get a glove on it, you should catch it. Well, that ball was hit too hard.
And it was tailing away from the second baseman Baker. 4-3 now. And this is just like the Kernels' season has gone. Stay in it, come back. Look to first, the delivery is outside of Bobby Wilson. Tying run on at first, 4-3 now. Fort Wayne leading here in the bottom of the 6th. Short lead by Pauley. He does have 4 steals in the season. Not going. Swing and a line drive to second. This will be a double play. This time Baker caught it and throws to first in an easy line-out double play as Pauley was about 10 feet off the bag. Nothing Matt could do right there, John.
No, it was hit as hard as any ball's been hit today. Tough hitting luck for Bobby Wilson.
4-3 double play right there, but the Kernels inch a bit closer with the run on 2 hits. An RBI single by Matt Pauley pulls the Kernels within 1. John will be back for the top of the 7th after 6. Fort Wayne 4, the Kernels 3. And you're listening to Kernel Baseball right here on the Zone.
At Zimmerman's, we believe that the voice of the customer speaks the loudest. Let's hear what our customers have to say.
We chose Zimmerman because our family has been buying cars. I guess we're probably the 3rd generation to buy cars here at Zimmerman's.
My family's bought 18 cars at Zimmerman's. 18. I ought to get a little bonus or something, wouldn't it?
We build our reputation on one satisfied customer at a time. On behalf of everyone at Zimmerman's, I want to thank you for your business.
Here's a reminder from Peck's Flower and Garden Center. Mother's Day is this Sunday, May 9th. Your mom will be delighted when she receives flowers and plants from Peck's, your professional PTD and Teleflora florist. Peck's can deliver your Mother's Day gift of flowers and plants almost anywhere. Choose from one of Peck's many thoughtful fresh flower bouquets and growing plant arrangements. Peck's will create the perfect floral gift for your mom and deliver it for you if you wish. Order now while you're thinking about it. It's easy. Just call Peck's at 393-5565 or visit them at the corner of Blairsbury and Edgewood Roads Northeast. Peck's is open 8 to 8 weekdays and until 5 on weekends. You can also order online at www.pecksflorist.com. Peck's Flower Shop and Garden Center, delivering Mother's Day smiles since 1956.
We head down the last third of this game, a 4-3 dandy on a Thursday afternoon. The Kernels have been out hit 9-5, have made 3 errors, but only trailed by a run. And Scott, Mike Kuhlbeck has provided us with our first look of those afternoon scores, thanks to State Farm Insurance agents Dale Thompson, Al Shetler, Gary Schubat, and Lanny Peterson. We can check what's going on on the State Farm Major League scoreboard.
Let's do that. In the bottom of the 6th inning in the National League, San Diego shutting out Atlanta 5-0 right now. Brian Lawrence throwing a 3-hit shutout. Jay Payton has hit his 2nd home run in that one for San Diego. They got a good ball club. Slugfest Philadelphia at Citizens Bank Park. St. Louis leading the Phillies 6-4 right now. That one in the bottom of the 5th inning. Jim Thome has hit his 9th.
Cutting on the first pitch from right-hander Chris Hunter and fouling it above the screen is Mark McRoberts. He came on as a pinch runner back in the 5th inning. This is his first at-bat of the afternoon. Right-handed batter Mark McRoberts.
Also hitting home run, Pat Burrell is 5th, and Luna has hit his 2nd for the Redbirds. Top of the 3rd, no score at Minute Maid Park between the Pittsburgh Pirates and Houston. Also no score at Wrigley in the 2nd.
Chris Hunter's curve is taken low, and it's 1-1. Mark McRoberts in this series is 2 for 6. He did not play last night. Drafted originally by Philadelphia, and Chris Hunter falls behind 3-1 with a fastball low and outside.
Once you get that run, you just cannot give up that lead-off walk.
And I don't think Chris will. A high pop foul onto the grandstand roof behind home plate, and it count is full now to McRoberts. Mark is hitting 184, right-handed batter, a home run, 7 RBIs.
Haven't got an attendance yet today, have we?
Not yet, but I bet we'll have that number start with a 2 for the first time, Scott. A fastball on the inner half is whistled foul to John Campbell's TV9 camera. Sometimes John's here with that handheld device, Scott. Today he's got the tripod out with the Big Bertha. A curve, and it hit the batter. A curveball struck Mark McRoberts, and that's a tough way to start the 7th, as Scott said, after you've put pressure on the opposition by closing the gap to 1 run. 4-3 Wizards.
And tune into the TV9 Sports tonight. John will have the highlights of the ball game. Little audio as well.
I heard you and Bob Brooks talking about a favorite city of mine, Scott. I went up a few years ago to see a Frank Lloyd Wright house on the Wapakissin. You'll have to help me with that river.
Quasqueton.
Yes, Quasqueton.
Yep, Quasky.
And I heard John Campbell knows all the fishing holes.
He knows every fishing hole.
A curve is low to Brian Walbrink. Now a fastball downstairs from Chris Hunter, ball 2.
Nobody warming up for the Kernels. Right now it's Chris Hunter's game.
As you said, Scott, essentially he's getting a start on the piggyback of Nick Touchstone. A fastball is on the inside corner for a strike to Walbrink. Brian is 1 for 3 today. He reached on an infield single, stole second, and scored an unearned run back in the 3rd inning. The Kernels have never led here today, but are right in the game, down 4-3 in the top of the 7th. A high pop foul off to the right, evens the count 2-2. Well, Scott, I know that May is a very busy month for you with your kicking off of Hawkeye Downs Racing, and Jack Rader, our general manager, in conjunction with Jim Amstutz at Hawkeye Downs, we may have a major announcement in the next 12 hours about, oh no, a 2-2 pitch hit the batter. It hit him in the right hand, and Brian Walbrink is bitten by that pitch. He's wincing in pain, but he'll take the base. Uncharacteristically, Chris Hunter has hit 2 batters to start this 7th inning.
Yeah, boy, you hate to do that, obviously, but with a 2-strike pitch, trying to go inside on Walbrink to jam him a little bit, just got it too far inside.
We're going to have a major announcement about the return home of brave soldiers from Iowa, and we hope to be honoring them at Hawkeye Downs and here at the ballpark. I'm not going to say much more other than it looks like it's going to happen Saturday. A high deep drive way back over Quan's head for extra base. Home run over the 403 mark by Jordan Pickens. He breaks the game open. Oh, a 3-run homer over the 403 mark, and it puts the Wizards ahead 7-3. Oh, let's hope that's not a backbreaker, Scott. 2-hit batsman, and then how can a guy from the right side hit one over the 403 sign?
He killed it. He was waiting for first pitch fastball, and he got it. Not sure if that was going to get over the 403 mark, but it did right at the base of the flagpole. It's center field, and that thing was tattooed.
And that takes the wind out of the Kernels' sails, but it's only the top of the 7th, and we're only down by 4. Ball 1 is outside and high. It's been a tough inning for Chris Hunter in relief of Nick Touchstone. Chris pitched a scoreless 6th inning, pitching around a 1-out double, but 3 runs across on 2 hit batsmen and a 3-run homer. Now you kind of get the feeling why Earl Weaver waited for that 3-run homer, Scott. It can do big damage.
It can do big damage.
The 1-1 to the left-handed batter is grounded into right. A base hit. Oh, a diving stop by Kendrick. He throws to Hunter out at first. Howie Kendrick made a sparkling play defensively. That ball was by him into shallow right. He dove headlong, and he joins Nick Kimpton in our minor league version of the Web Gem. Scott, that was some play.
That was a great play, and a good job. The unsung hero in that was Chris Hunter, because he got over to first base to cover because Matt Pauley had to go into the hole to his right to try to cut that off, and Howie Kendrick showed some good range.
Ball 1 inside. The left-handed hitter Drew Macias. Scott, if you'll lean out your window to your left, I want you to describe what's going on with Colonel mascot Mr. Shucks.
Well, he's signing autographs for everybody under the age of 15.
Swing and a miss on a changeup to Macias. Yeah, there's a horde of youngsters all eagerly awaiting their hero. Mr. Shucks, a curve is a strike call to Macias. 1-2 to Drew Macias. So it's horde of, a gaggle of geese. Horde of kids. Is that it? I guess so. A line drive over the outstretched mid of Chris Hunter is a base hit. That's the 11th hit of the afternoon for the Fort Wayne Wizards. They're trying to even this series at 2 games apiece, and they are on their way, leading 7-3 here in the top of the 7th inning. Drew Macias has his 8th hit of the series. He may just want to stay here.
It's a long walk to Fort Wayne, though. Not sure where the Wizards go after this.
They go to the sparkling new ballpark, Scott, down in Davenport, or over in Davenport.
So they continue their road trip.
A throw to first. I thought we had him. So did Caleb Mayer. So did Chris Hunter.
He was leaning.
Drew Macias, no steals this year. Was almost picked off.
Fort Wayne's had a premonition to go today, and they've done it mainly on the first pitch.
Chris is set at the letters. Throws to first. Macias just got back in safely again.
And he was going again, it looked like.
The Wizard batter is Skip Adams. Nothing for 3 with an RBI ground out. A pitch out, and Macias not going. Ball 1 to the batter.
Now we'll see what Randy Reddy will put on. Had the steal, I think, going, then took it off for that last pitch. A mind game going on between Randy Reddy and Bobby Magianis right now.
A throw to first, and this one, oh, I thought the plate up base umpire was cocking his right fist back to stay out.
I wonder if Caleb dropped the ball.
The ball was to the second base side of the bag, and Caleb kind of awkwardly fell into the runner.
That might have jarred the ball loose, because I thought he was ready to punch him out.
Another throw over, and the runner back again. You wonder if this is almost a vendetta against Macias for his 8 hits in 14 at-bats. He doesn't have any stolen bases, but he has a huge lead. Not going, a beautiful slider outside corner, a strike to Skip Adams.
Well, good pitch to go on right here, the 1-1, if he is going to go, so we shall see.
From the set, the 1-1. Swing and a miss. And behind in the count is Adams, who steps out. Skip played his last 2 seasons in independent league ball. He's not a big guy. He wears his gray road trousers right at the top of his black shoes. Macias at first, not running. Ball 2 upstairs. Tomorrow evening is Coolidge Elementary School night here at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. And we're still eagerly awaiting this afternoon's attendance number. Swing and a miss. A tip foul into the net of Bobby Wilson. 2 gone now in this Fort Wayne 7th. They've scored 3 on a 3-run blast, his team-high 5th home run of the year by Jordan Pickens. That sounds like a country western singer.
Well, there was, I can't think of his name. Little Jimmy, you got to help me out here, John.
A curve outside. Was he one of our recent visitors here as a visiting player?
No, Little Jimmy Dickens. He was a country performer.
Sure.
Wind's changed around, John.
Blowing in now. A throw to first, and boy, I'll tell you what, Mayer got all tangled up with Macias, and I think Macias is hurt. No, he's up now. Those two guys have been waging their own miniature war in a foxhole over there.
Yes, they have.
My goodness, they're getting tangled up. The Kernels desperately want to pick off Drew Macias with Colt Morton at the plate. Colt looks at a fastball outside. It's 7-3 Wizards. They've out-hit us 11-5. Kernels have made 3 errors and have not looked sharp, but are sure battling today to try to catch up. A pitch misses away, and it's 2-0 to big Colt Morton. You don't see catchers this tall very often.
No, you don't.
6'5".
Big, tall drink of water.
A tap to the left side, and Matt Brown cuts to his left and fields it on to first to retire the side. In the 7th inning, 3 runs for Fort Wayne on 2 hits, 2 hit batters, no Kernel errors. Fort Wayne leaves a runner aboard, their 7th stranded of the day. 7th inning stretch, New Veterans Memorial Stadium. Wizards lead the Kernels 7-3, and you're tuned to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Toyota Financial Services of Cedar Rapids understands the importance of reading in the lives of our community's children. That's why they're proud to fund the 6th annual Toyota Financial Services Kernel Summer Reading Program. The generous support of Toyota Financial Services will result in Kernel players conducting a record 32 elementary school assemblies this spring to encourage girls and boys to read throughout the summer. Their reading accomplishments will be recognized by Toyota Financial Services with fabulous rewards. Toyota Financial Services, a true hero to the Kernels and the youth of our community.
Your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees are proud to support one of our community's most renowned and cherished assets, the Cedar Rapids Kernels. Your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees believe in the core values that comprise the essence of Kernel baseball: fun, wholesome, affordable entertainment for us all. As you look ahead to the many joys of summer, your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees encourage you to visit the fabulous new Veterans Memorial Stadium. Your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees, embracing Kernel baseball, a community treasure.
Scott, I had a feeling that our noon game would bring us our biggest crowd of the season, and lo and behold, it did.
Yeah, it certainly did. A good attendance figure this afternoon, 2,093 here at the ballpark. And they were all up on their feet with Sue Sample leading everyone and take me out to the ball game.
Grant Gregg, a lefty, came on and surrendered a run in the 6th inning to make it 4-3 Wizards. We're down 7-3 here in the bottom of the 7th, and ball 1 outside to Caleb Mayer. Mayer has belted a 2-run opposite field homer. That came in his first at bat in the 2nd, and he's walked. Caleb batting .212. His home run was his first of the year. He hits one off the end of the bat. A short fly ball into shallow right, and it's caught by a backpedaling Casey Baker at second. Caleb Mayer retired for the first time. 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Our kernel of wisdom, Scott, has to do with longtime right-hander veteran Kevin Brown of the Florida Marlins, and I thought it would be fun to reflect upon Kevin Brown's 1996 season with the Florida Marlins. He's now with the dreaded New York Yankees, but
now Jack would not say dreaded New York Yankees.
And neither would Bruce Downey or Andy Pantini. Ball 1 inside to Matt Brown, but I often reflect on Bob Gibson's 1.12 ERA in 1968, his Cy Young Award-winning season with the National League champion Cardinals. The same year Denny McClain won 31 games, the year of the pitcher. The mound was lowered after that year, but I wanted our Kernel of Wisdom to focus on Kevin Brown's ERA in 1996.
League leading 1.89 for the Florida Marlins.
I think that's phenomenal. Ball 3 outside.
That was a terrific year. And the funny thing is, he lost 11 games that year.
Same with Gibby when he had the 1.12 ERA. I think he lost 8 or 9 games. Strike one call to Matt Brown. Matt has flown to left twice. You know, Kevin Brown could be one of those guys. I think the only other two have been Milt Pappas and, well, I can't think of the other one, but swing and a miss on a slow curve down and in. With Brown back in the American League, Scott, he could be one of those rare hurlers to win 100 games in each league.
Could be, and of course he's got a lot of firepower behind him with the New York Yankees, and he's gotten off to a terrific start so far.
Here's the payoff pitch to the Kernel third baseman. Low, ball 4, Matt Brown aboard with a one-out walk. Kernels trail by 4, 7-3, here in the bottom of the 7th inning. I'm trying to think who else besides Milt Pappas, and I know somebody else has done it, won 100 games in each league. I think somebody else has done it, but I can't remember who.
Oh, Sutton?
That Don Sutton may have.
Well, I don't think he pitched long enough in the American League.
We'll do some homework. That's our own version of a trivia question. Nick Kimpton, a spectacular catch against the Tarp in the 5th inning. Nick hitting .219. Takes a curve inside from lefty Grant Gregg. There's a strike called. It's 1-1. Scott, it's interesting to note, Gregg does a modest version of the old Rick Sutcliffe quirk in his delivery. He wraps the ball.
Yeah, you don't see that much these days.
The 1-1. Swing and a miss, a curveball. You know who else wraps the baseball a little bit is Barry Zito.
A little bit. Works for Barry. Works for Sutcliffe, too. Usually you'll see a pitching coach take care of that. But sometimes they try to take care of it and they lose their confidence.
Ooh, a pitch just missed outside and the count even to the Kernel left fielder, Nick Kimpton. 2-2.
So they say, well, the heck with that. You throw pretty well doing it, so keep doing it, son.
Brown at first. He's running. Now he stops and Kimpton strikes out swinging. Nick Kimpton, facing the left-hander, was full on the count and bowed to him by striking out, and that's the first strikeout for Grant Gregg. The pitchers of record this afternoon are the starters. Nick Touchstone, who had poor luck, gave up 4 runs, but none earned in 5 innings. The starter, Dirk Hayhurst, as Scott noted earlier, very strong in 5 innings, giving the Kernels just 2 runs on 3 hits. Swing and a miss by Rodriguez on a changeup.
Marchand does not get cheated. Ever.
Never. It almost seems like he tries to hit one out of the ballpark every swing.
That's just his swing.
Mickey Mantle did that, and he did it quite successfully.
Yeah, he had a pretty good career.
The 0-1, a nubber past the mound. The shortstop will grab it. No, he won't. It muffs it, gets by him. Here comes the runner, Caleb Mayer, rounding third. He'll hold on. And will that be an error or an infield single? I don't know.
I got to think it's an error.
It is. I don't think Juan Siriaco got down low enough, Scott. He snuck right underneath his glove.
He olayed that one.
It was a very softly hit ground ball underneath the pitcher's glove. Then between the mound and second, Siriaco came in, and the ball was deflected off the bottom part of his glove and went into center field for an error. That's the first error by the Wizards.
Now Quan will hit right-handed for the first time today.
Quan, as Scott noted, had 3 hits and 4. There goes the runner from first. A throw to second. Not in time. What a huge steal for Sean Rodriguez. It eliminates a force out at second. And a base hit now would cut the Fort Wayne lead to just 2 runs. Boy, Bobby Magallanes is not afraid to do the unconventional.
Nope. Being very aggressive out there. He wants to pull this within 7-5 with 2 at-bats remaining.
Can Quan come through with his first hit of the day and make it a 2-run game? A nubber to the pitcher. He backhands it, and he'll underhand it as he heads towards first base. for the final out of the inning. Quan Cosby taps back to the right of the mound to end the Colonel's 7th inning threat. No runs, no hits, a walk, the first error of the game by the Wizards, a stolen base for the Colonels. We leave a pair, and the Colonels have stranded 4. To the top of the 8th we go on this Thursday afternoon. The Colonels trail Fort Wayne 7-3, and you're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
You save big money, when you shop Menards.
Get ready for summer fun during Menards' big outdoor leisure sale. You'll save big on the best selection of patio furniture, including wrought iron, cedar, all-weather wicker, and padded sets. A 6-piece Parkview patio set with table, umbrella, and 4 padded folding chairs is on sale for just $89. A 7-piece Belmont set with 4 padded chairs, 2 swivel rockers, and glass-top table is only $349. Now during the outdoor leisure sale at Menards. Save big on barbecue grills. A 35,000 BTU charbroil gas grill is only $128. And enter to win a Coleman camper. See store for details. Get hot deals on grills and patio furniture now during the outdoor leisure sale at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Saturday morning. It's over easy as Scott Unash dishes up the Hy-Vee Coaches Corner here on the Zone. It's a hearty helping of local sports coverage from the Metro and beyond. All the latest prep news, the way only Scott can serve it up, cooked up live from this week's featured Cedar Rapids Marion Hy-Vee Kitchen. Get your Saturday breakfast special by tuning in to the Hy-Vee Coaches Corner, live from the Hy-Vee Kitchen at 3600 Highway 151 East in Marion. Only here on The Zone.
Colonel Director of Public Relations and Marketing Mike Kuhlbeck popping in to reaffirm what we had suspected, Scott. This first noon game has produced the largest crowd of the season.
Absolutely, 2,093.
Juan Siriaco hits a one-hop bullet to the shortstop Brandon Wood. 1 pitch, 1 out, as Siriaco is 0 for 4. 1 out in the top of the 8th inning, 7-3 in favor of Fort Wayne.
Well, John, I'll probably have to take leave of you after this half inning.
Well, Scott, I know you have to get set up for your daily show, and you know that you have thousands of listeners that enjoy tuning in for your afternoon sports on the Zone. A pitch low. What do you have on the docket this afternoon?
Well, Bob Brooks will join us today in our final Cedar Rapids Dodge Athlete of the Week today. Where'd the year go?
No kidding. Wow, that thunderous sound you just heard was a foul ball off the plexiglass of the umpire's door. Casey Baker is even on the count, 1-1. I'll have a quick word with you after this half inning, Scott. We have a special guest coming tomorrow from Coolidge, and thanks to Nels Christensen, our engineer, we're to have an extra long cord that will reach back behind us because our visitor will be coming up in a wheelchair, and we're going to accommodate that thanks to the Zone and the equipment they can lend us. Here's a curve and a swing and a miss. Casey Baker fans, and there are 2 gone here in this 8th inning. Mark McRoberts started all the bad things for the Wizards as far as we're concerned in the 7th. He was hit by a pitch, and he scored on the 3-run homer by Jordan Pickens, the cleanup batter. Look out, a pitch high and tight, ball 1 to the batter. Mark McRoberts. The 1-0. High and in. Well, it'll be interesting to hear what Bob's thoughts are on the Colonel great start to the season and this big crowd here today. I'm sure Bob was among the 2,000 plus.
I'm sure he was around here somewhere.
There's a strike called. I was told, I didn't get to meet him, but I was told that George Wine was here the other night as a guest of Bob Brooks. Scott, I've never met George Wine.
Yeah, I met him on Tuesday night.
So he was here.
He was here, you bet. Al Schlau was here. And former tight end for Forrest Devashevsky was here as well.
Wow, who was that?
I knew you were going to ask that, John.
I didn't mean to.
And the name escapes me right now.
Okay. Did he look like a tight end?
He did.
A payoff pitch to McRoberts. A high, deep drive sent way back into left center. Quan Cosby galloping into the gap to tuck it away. Marquis Roberts gave it a ride, but he flies out to left center. A 1-2-3 inning for Chris Hunter. That's the first 1-2-3 inning the Kernels have recorded today. Well, Scott, we'll be tuned in after this Kernel broadcast and look forward to hearing from Bob and the athlete of the week, right?
That sounds like a winner.
We go to the bottom of the eighth. Thanks to Scott. He's headed back to the downtown studios of the Zone after 7.5. The Kernels trail 7-3 to the Wizards. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Quiznos Kernels Kids Club members. Did you know that your Quiznos Kernels Kids Club membership card is good for more than just great deals at the ballpark? That's right. By showing your Quiznos Kernels Kids Club membership card at any of the Cedar Rapids Quiznos, you'll receive a free small drink when you buy a Quiznos sub. That's a free small drink with the purchase of a Quiznos sub when you show your Quiznos Kernels Kids Club card.
Quiznos, toasty.
Knowing who you are is important. At Kirkwood Community College, we know who we are. We are accessibility. We are quality. We are opportunity. We are community. Who are you? We can help you learn. Kirkwood.edu.
Justin, are you afraid of that? We wouldn't be any better. We'd take you back in a second, but things have changed no more.
Now you're in the zone.
Oh.
ESPN Radio, 1600 AM. KCRG, Cedar Rapids.
Curler for the Wizards, Ryan Klatt. He's a right-hander. Klatt takes over for Grant Gregg. The southpaw pitched 2 innings and gave the Kernels just 1 run on 2 hits. Grant Gregg struck out 1 and he walked 1. A right-hander, Ryan Klatt, misses or hits the outside corner, strike 1 to Howie Kendrick. A curve low and away, and it's 1-1. Howie has 8 hits in the series. He doubled and scored his last time up. At that time, it made the score 4-3. It's now 7-3 Fort Wayne. Klatt's curveball, a swing and a miss by Howie Kendrick. A good friend of ours, Alan Bernard, is here. Alan is flourishing in a new career here locally, and he's brought a friend, Justin Shields, up to see us. A bouncer into the hole right side, a base hit. Howie Kendrick has singled. That's his 9th hit of the series. Howie Kendrick greets Ryan Klatt, the right-hander, with a ground ball base hit into right field. Allen and his friend Justin among the 2,000 plus here on this beautiful Thursday afternoon. Ryan Klatt is a right-hander. We may have word, our question that Scott Unash and I asked aloud, has any pitcher besides Milt Pappas won 100 games in each league? We know that Kevin Brown has a chance to do it, and Brad and Addison, a couple of our crack interns, have gotten right on it, and we're going to get an update on that question that we asked aloud. Here's a high towering pop-up behind home plate. Big Colt Morton runs out of room. It's 1 row up behind the backstop. Well, we forgot the obvious. Nolan Ryan had 100 wins in each league. I thought Milt Pappas did. Maybe he didn't. And according to our research, Cy Young. I should have remembered he probably did. He had 100 wins in each league. We thank the fellows for their prompt research on that front. It's 0-2 to Brandon Wood. Ryan Klatt is from Biola College in California. Remember our left-handed reliever from 2 years ago? Jonathan Rauenhorst. He was from Biola. So were the Worrell brothers, Tim and Todd Worrell, from a Christian school in California, Biola, B-I-O-L-A. A curve is low to Brandon Wood. Brandon has struck out, flown to center, and flown to left. 244 hitter, 3 homers, a team-high 18 runs driven in. A pop-up to the mound. Who wants it? The pitcher does it. He gets out of the way, and just to the left of the slope, the third baseman, Skip Adams, has it. Well, Brandon Wood popped one up to the mound, and it was caught by the third baseman. 1 on, 1 out, bottom of the 8th inning. We'll have a complete look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard as part of our Colonel Curtin call. Remember, this 8-game homestand continues with the first of 4 tomorrow evening. We host the Burlington Bees. At 6:30, the gates open at 5:30. Swing and a miss by Matt Pauley. He had a big cut at the Ryan Klatt fastball. Klatt pitched a scoreless inning here Monday night in a Colonel 5-3 loss. He was a 38th round pick of San Diego last year, out of Biola in California. Fastball outside, evens the count to Matt Pauley. He's right on the heels of his teammate Brandon Wood for the team lead in RBIs. Pauley now has 16. Wood has 18. Matt, a left-handed hitter. Facing Ryan Klatt for the first time. Ooh, a good changeup, a swing and a miss, strike 2. Ryan Klatt, K-L-A-T-T, 3-0 this year. On for the 14th time out of the Wizard bullpen. A 1.80 earned run average for Ryan Klatt. Ground ball right side. That's through. Another hit for Matt Pauley. Racing to third is Kendrick. They could throw him out. He is safe at third. Matt Pauley into second on the throw. Oh, the Colonels are running the bases with gusto here this afternoon. Howie Kendrick, in my opinion, had no chance of making it to third, but the throw from Brian Walbrink was good. It was just late, and Matt Pauley has his second straight hit. He went to second on the throw to third, and now a base hit by Bobby Wilson would make this a 2-run game. A base hit by Bobby Wilson would make this a 2-run game at 7-3 Fort Wayne. A knee-buckling curve from Klatt, a strike called. Bobby Magallanes clapping his hands together, coaching at third base. He's about 2/3 the way up the line in foul, well, of course he's in foul ground, but he's that far up the line so he can see the runner at second. Klatt misses with the fastball, 1-1 to the Colonel catcher, Bobby. 1 for 3 today. Outfield plays the Colonel right-handed hitting catcher straight away. A little number into center. Base hit. 1 run is in. Here comes Pauley. It's a 2-run game. Safe at the plate on a side. And it's 7-5 Fort Wayne. Oh, Bobby Wilson. A Texas League looper into shallow right center, and he drove in a pair to make it 7-5 Wizards. The Colonels are on a comeback march here this afternoon, trailing now 7-5. Bobby Wilson, with his 9th and 10th runs driven into this season, he's at first base. And the tying run at the plate, Caleb Mayer, he's belted a 2-run homer this afternoon. He takes a strike. Boy, these Colonels are never, ever satisfied to write a game off and say, well, let's get him tomorrow. Let's tank it and kind of go through the motions. No, they are a resilient, persistent ball club. Ball 1 outside to Caleb Mayer. 7-5 now in favor of the Wizards. Tying run at the plate, 1 out, bottom of the 8th inning. 3 hits in the inning off Klatt. Strike 2 called outside corner to Caleb. Those kids from St. Ludmilla's down below us in the club seats have been jumping up and down all afternoon. Ball 2 way outside. Big Colt Morton had to fully extend himself to prevent a wild pitch. Those St. Ludmilla kids are following the prompt on the Rockwell Collins game link. It says make noise. Here's a little looper into shallow left center, but it's going to carry out to Drew Macias, and on the run, the center fielder pockets it for the second out of the inning. Caleb Mayer flies to left center. 2 away, the batter Matt Brown. Will Matt Brown go for the pump here and try to tie the game? The Wizards have a right-hander up in their bullpen. He just has started to throw. And that right-hander for Fort Wayne is Aaron Coonrod. He pitched here Monday night and earned a save in the Wizards 5-3 victory. The Kernels won Tuesday night 6-3, won last night 10-4, a Taco Bell 10 spot. A curve, a strike. Hey, that reminds us, if you're making plans for this evening's supper, head to Taco Bell. Tell them that you're there to get the 10 beef tacos, or however many you want, 10 or less, for 39 cents, because the Kernels scored 10 runs last night. Ordinarily, those beef tacos are 89 cents at Taco Bell's in Cedar Rapids, but since the Kernels scored a 10 spot last night, a Taco Bell 10 spot, you can get up to 10 beef tacos for only 39 cents the rest of the day and evening at Cedar Rapids Taco Bell's. Brown in the hole, 0-2, deep drive to left. Back goes McRoberts, 2-run homer. 2-run homer. We're tied. Brownie did it. Brownie did it. Brownie did it. He ties it. He ties it here in the 8th inning. 7-7. Wow. The Kernels have roared back to tie this game. 7-7. And remember, they've done this against a pitcher with an ERA of under 2. Ryan Klatt. Nick Kimpton swings and misses. He's in the hole, 0-2. Matt Brown, with his second of the year, with Wilson aboard, has made it a brand new ball game, 7-7 here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Nick Kimpton swings and misses, strike 3. Nick is 0-for-4. The Colonels send 7 men to the plate in the 8th inning and score 4 big runs on 4 hits. No Wizard errors. The Colonels leave the bases empty. We go to the top of the 9th, and the Colonels are now even with the Wizards, 7-7. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
It's a good bet. Many of you have unwanted, perhaps non-working, bulky items taking up space in your basement or garage. Well, now's the time to get rid of them during the annual bulky item cleanup in Cedar Rapids. The do's and don'ts are spelled out in a flyer you received in the mail recently. It lists the wood and plastic articles city crews will pick up when they come to your neighborhood, and explains how to dispose of unwanted appliances, tires, and scrap metals. Or check the city's website for all the details. This reminder from your friends at Cedar Rapids Solid Waste and Recycling.
Renowned for his blazing fastball, Iowa's Hall of Fame pitcher Bob Feller earned the nickname Rapid Robert. The baseball immortal performed miraculous feats no matter which name he was called. The same holds true for Banks Heating and Air Conditioning. They're now known as Comfort Solutions by Banks. The new name, Comfort Solutions by Banks, brings with it the same quality and dependability you've counted on for years. Receive up to a $1,000 rebate or up to a 10-year extended warranty with the purchase of qualifying Dave Lennox Signature Collection home comfort systems from Comfort Solutions by Banks. Offer expires May 31st, 2004. Lennox, making your home a better place. Lennox dealers include independently owned and operated businesses. See your participating Lennox dealer, Comfort Solutions by Banks, for details.
What a reprieve for Chris Hunter. Chris served up a 3-run gopher ball in the 7th inning. Things looked rather grim and bleak for the Kernels, trailing 7-3 going into the bottom of the 8th, but the Kernels got singles from Kendrick and Pauly, then a 2-run single from Bobby Wilson, then a 2-out 2-run homer from Matt Brown to take this game back in a tie, 7-7. Ball 1 in the dirt to Brian Walbrink, opening up the top of the 9th for Fort Wayne. Now a curveball and a strike call to Walbrink. 1-1. Chris Hunter, the pitcher. A looper into center. Quan Cosby has a beat on it. Trotting to his left, and Quan one-hands it. 1 out. 1 out in the top of the 9th inning. 7-7 the score. Our largest crowd of the season, 2,093, and the kids from St. Ludmilla's are hooping and hollering down below. They've been into this game every pitch. There's still something magical about kids in a ballpark. Swing and a miss, strike 1. This game, well, I think a curve is a strike. As a broadcaster, and Bob Costas made this clear many years ago, people sometimes enjoy your style and other times they just can't listen to you. And that, Bob Costas says, that's a sign of a decent broadcaster if some like you and some don't like you. And I remember getting a letter a couple of years ago, a scathing letter, which I saved because it did have some very good suggestions. It was highly critical of our broadcast. Here's a pitch that hits the batter, and that's the 3rd hit batter by Chris Hunter. But the letter said something that we wound up taking as a positive. It said that some of our broadcasts sound like a little kid is doing them. And, you know, that is, we try to make our broadcast professional. But Roy Campanella said it best. To play this game or be around it, you can be a man, but you better have an awful lot of little boy in you to enjoy it. And those kids down below from St. Ludmilla's are having a blast this afternoon. A strike is in to Fernando Valenzuela Jr. He hit a 2-run homer last night. He's 0 for 4 this afternoon. Dangerous hitter. And Quan Cosby is shifted into right center for Fernando Valenzuela Jr. The 0-1. A slider low and in. And let me say on the flip side, for every one of those scathing letters, the few we receive so many kind and complimentary letters and emails, and we really learn a lot from those too. But any business, you better remember that anybody who tries to please everybody will please no one. A 2-1 count on Valenzuela Jr. Howie Kendrick is playing towards the bag at second. A high pop foul. There may be a play for Bobby Wilson. There is a play in the Fort Wayne on deck circle. Bobby Wilson with that black eye paint underneath his eyes, making him look like the warrior that he is, calmly drifted back towards the Fort Wayne on deck circle and caught that foul pop off the bat of Fernando Valenzuela Jr. 2 gone in the Wizard 9th inning. We're tied 7-7. 11 hits for Fort Wayne, 9 for the Kernels. Jackknifing away from ball 1 is Drew Macias. He has 8 hits in the series. 8 hits for Drew Macias. So, to say he's been a tough out is a gross understatement. A strike on the outside corner from Chris Hunter. Macias has 8 hits in this series. Howie Kendrick has 9 hits in the series. Here's another one driven hard into center. It's another hit for Macias. And the go-ahead run stops at second as Quan made a fine play. Drew Macias, I told Scott Unash jokingly he would not want to leave this ballpark and go to Davenport for the next series that the Wizards are scheduled to play. And the reason he does not want to leave this ballpark, he does have 9 hits in the series, just like Howie Kendrick. Macias is 3 for 5 today. The go-ahead run is at second with 2 outs, and the batter is Skip Adams. No, yes, the batter is Skip Adams. and Eric Bennett, the Colonel pitching coach, out to talk it over with Chris Hunter. Nothing doing in the Colonel bullpen. The conditions are absolutely calm here now. An overcast, warm Thursday afternoon. Temperatures in the high 70s. First and second. Adams, nothing for 4, has driven in a run with a ground ball out. He swings and misses, strike one. Skip took a hard swing. He has fanned his last 3 times up. Outfield plays Adams shallow. At least Kwan in center and Rodriguez in right are fairly shallow. Chris Hunter's 0-1. Beautiful Uncle Charlie a strike and whipping a throw down to second. Bobby Wilson, but back is the go-ahead run, Jordan Pickens. The Colonels rallied for 4 in the bottom of the 8th inning to tie this game at 7. And here in the top of the 9th, Fort Wayne runners at first and second with 2 away. Nothing in 2 to Skip Adams. Chris Hunter may just come right after him. He may come right after him. Nope, he missed outside, wasted a pitch outside. Adams, a .224 batter, open stance. Loops one foul. That one's headed just beyond the Colonel first base dugout. 6 rows up into the premier seat. Friday, tomorrow night, a 6:30 start. Saturday, a 5 o'clock game. Sunday afternoon at 2, and Monday evening at 6:30. And that will be our 8-game homestand. Then we go to Beloit and Appleton, have our golf outing at Airport National the 19th, and then our longest homestand of the year, a 12-game homestand in late May. That will officially usher in summertime. Swing and a miss, strike 3. A curveball, and Skip Adams fans in the 9th inning for Fort Wayne. No runs, no hits, no runs rather, 1 hit, a hit batter. And the Wizards leave 2. They've stranded 9. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. It's 7-7. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
When searching for a professional logistics team of experts to handle your warehousing operations, look to Worley Warehousing. Worley Warehousing will help you achieve greater efficiencies by providing superior warehouse facilities, technological advancements, and expert professionals. By focusing on technological innovations and keen foresight, Worley Warehousing has grown into one of our nation's leading warehousing operations. Worley Warehousing, your single source for all of your warehousing and distribution needs.
The Crown Plaza 5 Seasons is Cedar Rapids' exclusive downtown hotel. Make plans to experience the spectacular view from the top of the 5 restaurant. Start your day off with us for breakfast, or make a lasting impression on your business associates by treating them to our signature lunch buffet that changes daily. For any occasion, enjoy an elegant dinner or the Eddie Picard Jazz Trio in the city's only rooftop restaurant. The Crown Plaza 5 Seasons, top of the 5.
Hey, I'm Hank, driver rig for Hockey Inc. Hauling hockey all across America on a weekly basis. Chances are I'm on the road with you right now, loaded up with this week's shipment of 100% pure All-American hockey. Just a solid blend of work ethic, discipline, and teamwork. Made fresh, delivered fresh. So if you see me coming up in your rear view, make way.
Move it along, Sally. This ain't a parking lot.
The NHL on ESPN. Made in America, delivered on Thursdays.
Bottom of the 9th, 7-7 the score. The Colonel home record this season, a sparkling 9-5. We're trying to make it 3 out of 4 from the Wizards. And we will face Ryan Klatt, who gave up 4 runs on 3 singles and a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 8th inning. Let's see if Sean Rodriguez will try to bunt his way on. The third baseman's playing deep. That's Skip Adams. No bunt, a big swing and a miss. That's the usual pattern of Sean Rodriguez. He goes up trying to belt one out of the ballpark virtually every at-bat. A curve is pop foul onto the grandstand roof, and it puts Sean in the hole, 0-2. Rodriguez, 1 for 3 with 2 stolen bases today. Sean hitting 190, but 4 home runs. A tap to the left side. This will be trouble. The shortstop scoops and throws. Safe! Safe! And the Wizards will argue. Fernando Valenzuela Jr. made a great pick of a throw in the dirt, and Fort Wayne argues, but Sean Rodriguez is aboard with the all-important leadoff man. An infield single for Sean Rodriguez. Sean Rodriguez is at first with nobody out, and let's see if Quan Cosby will bunt. That hit for Rodriguez is second infield hit of the afternoon. Juan Siriaco threw to first in the dirt. It was a bang. Here's a bunt by Quan. The pitcher will throw to the second baseman covering. The winning run at second here in the bottom of the 9th inning. The play went 1-4. Quan Cosby. Boy, the Kernels' execution on bunt situations this year has been just outstanding. Just outstanding. I can't remember the Kernels botching a bunt play this season. Now, it looks like that the Wizards are going to walk Howie Kendrick. Can you blame them? He has 9 hits in the series. Howie Kendrick takes ball 1 outside. Fort Wayne's Ryan Klatt with the winning run at second. And 1 out here in the bottom of the 9th is walking Howie Kendrick. There's ball 2. Howie, his last 2 times up, has doubled and singled, and he scored 2 of the Kernels' 7 runs. There's ball 3. We're in the bottom of the 9th inning. 7-7 the score, and Howie Kendrick is being issued an intentional pass. There's ball 4. Now, Brandon Wood, who is 0 for 4 this afternoon, has come through time after time after time this season in the clutch. Brandon seems to turn it up a notch with runners in scoring position. He could help the Kernels try to win this game here in the 9th inning. Brandon in the series is 1 for 11. Winning run at second, Sean Rodriguez. The right-hander, Ryan Klatt, delivers. Strike 1 call, a fastball to Brandon Wood. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2 to Brandon. A pitch low and away. Ryan Klatt is not a big guy. He's 6 feet 185. He was born in Texas, but went to school in the Lone Star State at Robert E. Lee High School. The 0-2 to the batter. Strike 3 called. Brandon Wood gone on 3 pitches. A fastball on the outside corner. It's up to Matt Pauley if they pitch to him. I think they'll pitch to him, although Matt, I think, is going to pick up Brandon Wood and have a good chance of bringing that winning run home. Sean Rodriguez here in the bottom of the 9th. We're tied 7-7. Rodriguez carrying the winning run at second. Kendrick at first. Pauley rips one foul. Matt had a good cut at the first pitch on the outer half from Ryan Klatt. Bottom of the 9th inning. 7-7 the score. 12 hits for the Wizards, 10 for the Kernels. Ball 1, a changeup way outside. Matt Pauley hitting a robust .348, tops on the squad. 3 homers. Has an RBI today, has scored 2 runs, has 16 runs driven in. With 2 on and 2 out. A ground ball to first, and Valenzuela will underhand to the pitcher. We're going to extra innings. Matt Pauley hit it hard and grounds out. It went 3-1, and we're going to extra innings. In the 9th for the Kernels, no runs. 1 hit, a leadoff single. We had the winning run at second with 1 out. but Ryan Klatt got out of it. There were no Wizard errors. The Kernels leave 2 and have stranded 6. Our record in extra innings this year is 2-0. That's where we're headed on this Thursday afternoon. After 9, Kernel 7, Fort Wayne 7. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
You save big money when you shop Menards.
Brighten Mom's Day and her summer with great Mother's Day gifts at Menards. Get her something for the deck, patio, or garden, like a decorative Western red cedar flower planter, on sale for just $14.99. Glass wind chimes are only $11.99. Or treat Mom to a new set of patio furniture, on sale now at Menards, just in time for Mother's Day. An 8-piece Harbor Bay set includes table, umbrella, and 6 folding sling chairs, only $159. And brighten Mom's Day with a mini rose bush or hanging flower basket, just $4.79 each. Hurry for best selection, or give a Menard gift card. Available in stores and at Menards.com. For great Mother's Day gifts, shop Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Now you're in the zone.
Oh.
ESPN Radio, 1600 AM. KCRG, Cedar Rapids.
Chris Hunter remains on the hill as we go to the 10th inning, tied at 7. The lower 2 of the Wizard order, then the top of their order. Colt Morton, the big, tall catcher. Her plops one foul just to the left of home plate. Strike 1. Kernels with 4 in the bottom of the 8th. Put the go-ahead run on at first with nobody out in the bottom of the 9th, but could not score him from second after Cosby sacrificed that leadoff batter, Sean Rodriguez, to second. A pitch in the dirt from Chris Hunter, and it's ball 1 to Colt Morton. 2 for 4 today with a run scored. Ball 2 just missed away, a fastball from the Kernel right-hander. Hunter wearing his white home pants just below his knee tops. His red socks fully exposed. A fastball runs in on the hands of the batter. Swing and a miss by Colt Morton. Strike 2. Bob Zimmerman heads down to the Kernel right field bullpen. And he'll start to loosen up, apparently. Bob Zimmerman. Morton on a curve. Loops it into shallow center. It could be trouble. Quan on the run in shallow center. Makes the catch. Colt Morton hit it off the end of the bat. And I thought his ball had a real good chance of dropping in front of Quan Cosby, but Quan ate up the ground and made the catch. 1 gone in the top of the 10th inning. 7-7 the score. The hitter is Juan Siriaco. He just about disjointed one of his vertebrae, swinging hard at a first pitch changeup and missed it. Strike 1. Fort Wayne has played 3 extra inning games. They're 1-2. The Kernels have played 2 extra inning games. We're 2-0. Siriaco lays off a pitch low for ball 1. A 2-out, 2-run homer by Matt Brown tied the game in the bottom of the 8th inning after a Bobby Wilson 2-run single brought the Kernels to within a pair. Siriaco hits one sharply, knocked down by the second baseman Kendrick. He recovers in time for the out. Juan Siriaco, nothing for 5, is grounded to second, 2 away. Here in the top of the 10th inning, the batter Casey Baker. Nick Touchstone went the first 5 for the Kernels, surrendering 4 runs, none earned on 8 hits, struck out 4, walked 1. Chris Hunter took over in the 6th inning, and now he's working in the 10th inning. That's why Bob Zimmerman is warming up. A change-up and a swing and a miss by the batter, leadoff hitter Casey Baker. Now a one-hopper, a two-hopper to Kendrick. He goes down on his right knee to block it and throws wide of the bag. A good stretch by Caleb Mayer up the right field line side. And Casey Baker hit it hard, but he's retired by Howie Kendrick at second. In the 10th, Chris Hunter retires the side in order. After 9.5, it's still a 7-7 duel between the Kernels and the Fort Wayne Wizards. You're tuned to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Hey, I'm Hank, driver rig for Hockey Inc. Hauling hockey all across America on a weekly basis. Chances are I'm on the road with you right now, loaded up with this week's shipment of 100% pure all-American hockey. Just a solid blend of work ethic, discipline, and teamwork. Made fresh, delivered fresh. So if you see me coming up in your rear view, make way.
Move it along, Sally. This ain't a parking lot.
The NHL on ESPN. Made in America, delivered on Thursdays.
KCRG TV9 gives you more local news from around eastern Iowa. The important news of the day from where you live. And you get more live views from the scene of breaking stories, bringing you the news as it happens. Plus, with news updates on the hour and more local newscasts throughout your day, 7 days a week, you get more depth, more detail, more complete story coverage. More news, more often, from KCRG TV9 News.
Leo Rosales, a right-hander, is the new hurler for Fort Wayne. He replaces Ryan Klatt. Klatt 2 innings pitched, and Klatt surrendered 4 runs on 5 hits. Ryan Klatt struck out 1. No, he struck out 2 and he walked 1. Leo Rosales, Rosales, out of the Wizard bullpen. Leo pitched a scoreless inning last night. Leo Rosales is a 22-year-old right-hander from Cal State Northridge. That's the school that produced former Colonel Eric Gillespie and current Anaheim Angels second baseman Adam Kennedy. Those fellows were from Cal State Northridge. Bobby Wilson is 2 for 4, a 2-run single in the 8th inning, cut the Wizard lead to 7-5. A 2-run, 2-out homer by Matt Brown tied it in the bottom of the 8th. That's where we are here in the bottom of the 10th. And Bobby Wilson swings at the first pitch, fouls it straight back, facing right-hander Leo Rosales, Rosales. A scoreless inning last night out of the Wizard bullpen. Gave up 2 hits but struck out 2. A hard ground ball smash past the diving shortstop into left center. Bobby Wilson is aboard. Big turn at first. He holds on. Bobby Wilson has his 3rd hit of the afternoon and the 11th Colonel hit of the day. Bobby Wilson ripped one past the diving shortstop, Juan Siriaco, for his 3rd hit. And now let's see if Caleb Mayer is bunting. There is no pinch runner coming in for Bobby Wilson. 7-7 the score here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Caleb squares the bunt and takes low and away, ball 1. The Kernels have never led in this game. Trailed 3-0, 3-2, 4-2, 4-3, 7-3. And we're tied 7-7 here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Mayer may be bunting. He squares the bunt. He lays a bunt down foul outside home plate, just to the right of home plate. Strike 1 to Caleb. The Colonels sacrificed the winning run to second base in the 9th inning, only to have Sean Rodriguez stranded there. Caleb Mayer's trying to lay down an effective sacrifice to get the tying run, or the winning run rather, to second here in the bottom of the 10th inning. A bunt to the first baseman. He'll throw to second. Out! Safe at first. Bobby Wilson is thrown out by Fernando Valenzuela Jr. And Caleb Mayer, unable to sacrifice successfully, is aboard on a fielder's choice, and the play at second went 3-6. Bobby Wilson slid in late, or too late, as Fernando Valenzuela Jr. threw to the shortstop Siriaco for the force out. Matt Brown tied the game with a 2-run blast, his second of the year. His last time up. Winning run at first, 1 out, bottom of the 10th inning. Ball 1 low from right-hander Leo Rosales. Outfield plays Brown straight away and deep. Matt, a right-handed hitter with white batting gloves, and he's ahead 2-0. A slider down and away from Leo Rosales. Brown steps out. There's a strike called. Matt was taking all the way. Caleb Mayer, a very modest lead at first, being held by Valenzuela Jr. Strike 2 call, the slider on the outside corner. Leo Rosales pitched in 36 games in the Northwest League last year. He led that rookie league in appearances, was 3-1 with a 2.09 ERA, and he had 3 saves. He struck out 58 batters in 43 innings, so he dominated the Northwest League. Strike 3 called to Matt Brown on the outside corner, and there are 2 away here in the Colonel 10th inning. Nick Kimpton will come to the plate. Nick made a fabulous catch in the 5th inning in foul ground, rammed into the tarp. Kimpton is flown to left, grounded to second, and fanned his last 2 times up. Kimpton, a left-handed batter, with the winning run at first, 2 out here in the bottom of the 10th inning, 7-7 the score. A strike called on the outside corner. Bob Zimmerman is up and throwing in the Colonel right field bullpen. Will he take over for Chris Hunter if there's an 11th inning? Possibly. A curve in the dirt. Ball 1 to Kimpton. Bottom of the 11th, 7-7. The final game of this 4-game series with the San Diego Padre minor leaguers. A curve, and Nick mashes it foul to the railing of the Colonel first base dugout. Two or 1-2 to Nick Kimpton. A chopper into left off the third baseman's glove, and Bobby Wilson will hustle to third. Caleb Mayer rather hustles to third, and we'll see if it's a hit or an error on Skip Adams. Caleb Mayer, the winning run to third, and no ruling yet as to whether that's a hit or an error. Nick Kimpton is at first base. The ball was hit to the left as Skip Adams went off his glove. And now Sean Rodriguez could win this game. It's been ruled a single for Nick Kimpton, and that's the 11th Colonel hit of the day. Winning run at third, Caleb Mayer. The base hit for Kimpton is first of the afternoon. A drive into right center, and it is a diving game-saving catch! A diving game-saving catch! A diving game-saving catch by Drew Macias! A diving game-saving catch by Drew Macias. We're going to the 11th inning. Sean Rodriguez hit a scalding bullet. It was tailing away from Drew Macias. He left his feet and caught it, and he saves the game. He saves the game for the Wizards. In the 10th inning for the Colonels. No runs, 2 hits, no Wizard errors. The Colonels strand a pair and have left 8 We go to the top of the 11th inning. It's still the Colonel 7, Fort Wayne 7. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
It's a good bet. Many of you have unwanted, perhaps non-working, bulky items taking up space in your basement or garage. Well, now's the time to get rid of them during the annual bulky item cleanup in Cedar Rapids. The do's and don'ts are spelled out in a flyer you received in the mail recently. It lists the wood and plastic articles city crews will pick up when they come to your neighborhood, and explains how to dispose of unwanted appliances, tires, and scrap metals. Or check the city's website for all the details. This reminder from your friends at Cedar Rapids Solid Waste and Recycling.
When it comes to fun in the new Veterans Memorial Stadium, nothing compares to the Westdale Mall Mix 96.5 FM Home Run Hot Tub. As you bask in the soothing comfort of the Westdale Mall Mix 96.5 FM Home Run Hot Tub, you'll be taking in the action from a breathtaking perch just above the left field wall. Register for your chance to be drawn as the winner of the Westdale Mall Mix 96.5 FM Home Run Hot Tub by visiting Westdale Mall.
A U.S. Cellular call to the Colonel bullpen? No. Chris Hunter remains in the game. He's pitched 5 innings, allowed 3 runs on 4 hits, struck out 5, walked none, hit 3. That's what he's done in 5 innings. Here we go to the 11th inning, tied at 7. Mark McRoberts was hit by a pitch his first time up. That was in the 7th inning. He scored, and he rips a base hit into left, 1 hop in front of Nick Kempton. Mark McRoberts stepped into the first pitch from Chris Hunter and singles into left, and the Wizards have their leadoff man aboard here in the 11th inning. That hit the 13th of the afternoon for Fort Wayne, and the 5th surrendered by Chris Hunter. A game-saving catch in right center by Drew Macias. He kept the Colonels from winning this game as he left his feet on a headlong dive, robbing Sean Rodriguez of a game-winning hit in the bottom of the 11th inning. Bob Zimmerman is throwing in the Colonel bullpen. Here in the top of the 11th inning, we're tied at 7. Is Brian Walbrink bunting? No. Ball 1 inside to Brian Walbrink. 7-7 in the top of the 11th. The hits, 13 for Fort Wayne and 12 for the Colonels. Strike 1 called on the outside corner from Chris Hunter. Walbrink has scored 2 of the Wizards' 7 runs this afternoon. A throw to first, and Mark McRoberts back safely. The Colonels a game ahead of Clinton, Kane County, and Peoria when this afternoon began. A tap to the mound, and Hunter fumbles it, throws to first, not in time. An error on the Colonel pitcher, and first and second, nobody out for the Wizards here in the 11th inning. Mark McRoberts went to second. Chris Hunter took his eye off it for just a millisecond to look over his shoulder to see if he had a play at second. He fumbled it and then threw to first, not in time, and Fort Wayne now has a great chance to take the lead. They've been bolstered by that great catch, and that's going to do it for Chris Hunter. Chris Hunter will go 5+ innings. He's given up so far 3 runs on 5 hits. He struck out 5. He walked none, and he hit 3. Bob Zimmerman is coming into the game. Bob Zimmerman out of the Colonel bullpen. Zimmerman, a right-hander, will try to keep the Wizards from taking the lead here in this top of the 11th inning. Single and an error on the Colonel pitcher have the Wizards in a position to bunt here. Bob Zimmerman got a save in the Colonel 6-3 win here on Tuesday night. He pitched 1 inning, no runs, 1 hit. He struck out the side and walked a batter. Bob Zimmerman, 22-year-old right-hander, takes over for the Colonels here in the top of the 11th inning. Zimmerman, being counseled by the Kernel infield. Bob Zimmerman is on for the 11th time out of the Kernel bullpen. 2-1, 5 saves. He's tied for the team lead in saves with Von Sturzbach. Zimmerman's ERA 0.71. Bob, in 12 2/3 innings, has allowed just 1 earned run on 7 hits. He's fanned 14 batters in 12 2/3, walked 2. The league hitting 175 against Bob Zimmerman. Everybody in the ballpark expecting Jordan Pickens, who belted a 3-run homer in the 7th inning off of the departed Kernel reliever Chris Hunter. Everyone expecting him to bunt. We're just past the top of the hour. We want to remind you that this is Kernel Baseball on ESPN Radio 1600, The Zone, KCRG, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. I'm John Rogers. Our in-studio engineer is Emily. And we're in the top of the 11th, tied at 7. The Wizards have runners at first and second, nobody out. The error committed by the pitcher, Chris Hunter, the 4th Kernel error of this game. Mike Kovac, if possible, please bring in scores. If possible, please bring in scores to broadcast. Thank you. Bob Zimmerman will face Jordan Pickens with the go-ahead run at second. And I can't imagine that the Wizards would not be bunting in this situation. The 3 teams a game behind the Kernels. Clinton is playing in Battle Creek this evening. Kane County is at Dayton. And Peoria hosts West Michigan. All 3 of those clubs are a game back of the Kernels. A throw to second, and Howie Kendrick tag on Mark McRoberts was late. Most of the 2,000 plus are still here on this beautiful Thursday afternoon. Jordan Pickens facing Bob Zimmerman here in the 11th inning. He is not bunting. A pitch downstairs, ball 1. I thought for sure that Randy Reddy, the Fort Wayne skipper, would have his Wizards bunting, but he did not. Now, Caleb Mayer, the first baseman, over to the mound to have a few words with Bob Zimmerman. The big, tall right-hander is set at the belt. A slider nips the outside edge for strike 1. We're tied at 7 in the top of the 11th inning. Fort Wayne has Mark McRoberts, the go-ahead run at second, and Brian Walbrink at first. A slider missed inside, and it's 2-1 to the right-handed batter. Our broadcast started with a dugout interview at 11:40 this morning. The sun is shining as brightly as it has all day, trying to break through the overcast skies. A strike is in to Pickens, and the count even now. 2-2 to Jordan. Bob Zimmerman, 4th round pick by the Angels last June out of Southwest Missouri State, 6'5", 225, lives in St. Louis. Swing and a miss. Jordan Pickens as Bob Zimmerman dipped down. He's been working on that pitch this early season. Not quite a submarine, but he comes way down below the belt, and he got Pickens on a nasty breaking ball, low and away. 2 on, 1 out for a very dangerous hitter, Fernando Valenzuela Jr. Nothing for 5 on the afternoon. You shudder when this guy bats. 284 average, 2-run homer last night, 10 RBIs. Swing and a miss by Valenzuela Jr., strike 1. Fernando Valenzuela Jr. is a left-handed hitter. Ball 1 skirts just inside. 1-1 now. We hope to be giving you some scores in just a few minutes from this afternoon's big league action. We're working on that. A high pop foul down the left field line into the Wizard bullpen, lands on the grass section. Strike two to the Wizard batter. Afternoon games in the National League in Atlanta, Philadelphia, Houston, and at Wrigley Field. 4 afternoon games on the State Farm Major League scoreboard in the National League. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Fernando Valenzuela Jr. Bob Zimmerman is set. Ooh, a fastball, and everybody thought that was strike 3. My goodness, how could that pitch be a ball? But we have to respect Timothy Dobbs' abilities. He's the guy closest to it, right behind Bobby Wilson. With 2 on and 1 out, the 2-2 is swung on and missed, strike 3. Fernando Valenzuela Jr. swung at a pitch high and away. He fans, and now Bob Zimmerman with the go-ahead run at second, 1 out away from getting out of this, but he's not going to want to know who he's got to face. Drew Macias. Macias has worn the Kernels out in this series. 3 hits today and 9 in the series. Drew Macias is 9-4. Nine for 17 in this series. He's 9 for 17. He's a left-handed batter. And Eric Bennett, the Kernel pitching coach, out to the hill to talk it over with Bob Zimmerman. Little Doug, or Mike Kuhlbeck, when you have a chance, please help us with scores in the broadcast booth. Thank you. Drew Macias has scored a run today. He has 3 singles. First and second, 2 out, top of the 11th. We're tied 7-7. Macias loops one to third. Matt Brown retreating. Foul ball. Brown has it. Brown has it. Bob Zimmerman came on with the go-ahead run at second. Nobody out in the top of the 11th. He struck out 2 and got Drew Macias, who has 9 hits in this series, to foul out to third. In the 11th, no runs for Fort Wayne. 1 hit, 1 Kernel error, our 4th of the afternoon. The Wizards leave a pair. They've stranded 11. We go to the bottom of the 11th inning, and the Kernels and Wizards remain tied at 7. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Kernels fans, your Cedar Rapids Taco Bell restaurants have something new for you to cheer about this season. A Taco Bell 10 spot. When the Kernels score 10 or more runs in any game this season, you'll score beef tacos for just 39 cents the very next day at any Cedar Rapids Taco Bell. That's a savings of 50 cents per taco, limit 10 per customer. Remember, when the Kernels put up a Taco Bell 10 spot by plating 10 or more runs in any game, you get up to 10 39-cent beef tacos the very next day at any Cedar Rapids Taco Bell.
Unless you have a crystal ball that really works, nobody can foresee all the risks that might become realities. Most of us don't have a foolproof crystal ball, though. That's why it's sensible to consider the calamities that might occur to your car, home, business, or life, and insure yourself against the worst. See Phil Andrews, your Pekin insurance agent, about a well-planned insurance program for your individual needs. The future is uncertain. See your Pekin insurance agent, Phil Andrews, at Weidenhammer Andrews Agency.
25 hits in this game, 13 for Fort Wayne, a dozen for the Kernels. The Kernels have made 4 errors, the Wizards 1. We're tied at 7, top of the order for the Kernels in the bottom of the 11th inning. Quan Cosby successfully sacrificed the winning run to second in the 9th inning. That was Sean Rodriguez. Sean was stranded there. Quan, nothing for 4 with the sacrifice bunt his last time up. Skip Adams playing even with the base at third, only 5 feet off the line, and Leo Rosales delivers ball 1 high to Quan Cosby. The 1-0 to the switch hitter. High, a curveball, 2-0 to Quan Cosby. Out to the mound goes big Colt Morton. The Kernels did reach their high water mark of the season last night with a 10-4 win, 6 games over 500. Strike one called to Quan. That 10 runs scored by the Kernels at Taco Bell 10 spot. That means all afternoon and this evening you can get up to 10 beef tacos for only 39 cents at Cedar Rapids Taco Bell. Tell them you're there because the Kernels scored a Taco Bell 10 spot. Swing and a miss by Cosby. The count even now 2-2 to the Kernel leadoff man. He started this afternoon batting .238. A curve is high and outside for ball 3. Now the count full to Quan Cosby. A foul ball right in front of us into the net, and the count remains full to Quan. State Farm Major League Scoreboard brought to you here in the bottom of the 11th by State Farm Insurance agents Lanny Peterson, Al Shetler, Dale Thompson, and Gary Schubat. We have one final, and we'll give it to you after this payoff pitch to Cosby. It's fouled again into the screen, and the count remains full. At Turner Field, the Padres dumped Atlanta 7-3. They're in the bottom of the 9th in Philadelphia. The Cardinals lead the Phils 7-4. Top of the 7th in Houston, the Astros 5, Pirates nothing. The Cubs in Arizona tied at 3 in the bottom of the 5th at Wrigley. Here's a high, lazy fly ball into shallow right center. The right fielder coming on, and Brian Walbrink calls off the second baseman and has it. Quan Cosby on a 3-2 pitch, skies to shallow right. One out in the bottom of the 11th. Again, they're in the bottom of the 5th at Wrigley. The Diamondbacks 3, the Cubs 3. Tonight on the State Farm Major League Scoreboard, the Marlins and Dodgers in Miami. The Rockies are up in Montreal to take on the Expos. The Mets and Giants at Shea. Swing and a miss by Howie Kendrick, strike one. And it's the Reds and Brewers playing tonight at Great America Ballpark. A curve low from Leo Rosales. In the American League this evening, Boston and the Tribe at Jacobs Field, and then on the West Coast, the Devil Rays take on our parent club, the Angels. Oakland hosts New York, and it's the Twins in Seattle at Safeco Field. Howie Kendrick on a 1-1 pitch, bloops it foul over the screen, and it's 1-2 to the Colonel's second baseman. 2 hits, 2 runs scored today, 9 hits in the series for Howie. Right-handed hitter, the 1-2. Hacked foul onto the Papa John's Plaza. We're in the bottom of the 11th, and we're tied 7-7. Kernels and Wizards in the 4th and final game of this 4-game series. Swing and a miss and a pitch in the dirt. The ball gets away from the catcher, but Colt Morton, skidding on the dirt, was still able to peg to first to get this out of Howie Kendrick. Howie struck out, but Colt Morton lost the handle, and then as he was releasing the ball, his spikes, now he's clawing away on the grass with his spikes. His spikes gave out on him, and he went skidding down, but he still threw Kendrick out. Brandon Wood is nothing for 5 today. He'll try to reach with 2 out in the bottom of the 11th. In this tie game, 7-7. A high pop foul, back of the Colonel first base dugout, strike one. In the Midwest League, a final from Davenport, the Lansing Lugnuts, the Cub minor leaguers, they clobbered Quad Cities 15-3 this afternoon. The 0-1 to Wood. Strike at the knees, a fastball. Bases empty, 2 gone here in the bottom of the 11th, 7-7 the score. A 2-run single by Bobby Wilson and a 2-run homer by Matt Brown tied this game in the bottom of the 8th inning. Swing and a tip foul into the mid of the catcher, and Brandon Wood's gone on strikes. The top 3 in the Colonel order are set down quickly in the bottom of the 11th by Leo Rosales, the right-hander. We go to the top of the 12th, and it's still the Colonels in Fort Wayne tied 7-7. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Papa John's pizza, it's so good. Better is best, that's understood. Better call Papa John's tonight. Better call Papa, he's got it right. better ingredients, better pizza.
Papa John's.
Attention baseball fans, call your local Papa John's for our home run special. Get a large pizza with up to 3 toppings of your choice for only $9.99.
Papa John's.
Better call Papa.
Emergency hotline, can I help you?
Yes, I need help.
All right, sir, what's the problem?
I can't taste my beer. I feel it in my mouth, but there's no taste.
Okay, sir, this is what I want you to do. Put the bottle down and step away from the beer.
Okay.
Walk straight to the corner store and pick up a 6-pack of Miller Lite.
Okay.
Don't worry, it's going to be all right.
Next time, try the light beer that actually tastes like beer. Great tasting, less filling, Miller Lite. Miller. Good call.
Miller Brewing Company, Fort Worth, Texas.
Bob Zimmerman came on with runners at first and second in relief of Chris Hunter in the top of the 11th. He struck out a pair and got Drew Macias, who has 9 hits in the series, to foul out to third. We go to the top of the 12th inning. The Kernels are 2-0 in extra innings. Fort Wayne 1-2. We'll open a 4-game series with the Kansas City Royal minor leaguers, the Burlington Bees. Tomorrow evening, 6:30, dugout interview time. At 6:10, we'll be taking your questions to Colonel Manager Bobby Magallanes. The Ask the Manager show.
First batter at inning 12 for Fort Wayne, third baseman, Skip Adams.
Skip Adams. Nothing for 5, has struck out his last 4 times. He's first up against Bob Zimmerman. Bob facing him for the first time here in the top of the 12th. Adams pushes a bunt up the first base line foul. Caleb Mayer fielded it in foul ground. San Diego scored 3 in the first, the parent club of the Wizards, this afternoon at Turner Field in Atlanta, and they were never headed in a 7-3 win. Matt Brown playing even with the base at third, about 10 feet off the line. Ooh, ball 1 missed just outside to Skip Adams. A ground ball foul off the railing of the Colonel third base dugout, or off the railing of the Fort Wayne third base dugout, and it puts Adams in the hole. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Absolutely calm conditions now. The flag in right center, high above the 403 sign, is perfectly still. A season high 2,093 here this afternoon. Adams punches 1 foul high into the backstop. Skip hangs in there in the hole 1-2. Saturday afternoon we play at 5 o'clock. Sunday at 2, and then Monday the 8-game homestand concludes with a 6:30 start against Burlington. The B record starting play this afternoon 10-16. They're playing in South Bend tonight. Swing and a miss by Adams. He strikes out for the 5th time in a row. Leading off the 12th inning, Bob Zimmerman has his 3rd strikeout.
Catcher Colt Morton.
Extra innings here this afternoon. Colt Morton with 1 out and nobody on. 2 hits for the Wizards. They've out-hit us 13-12. We've made 4 errors. The 4 runs that Nick Touchstone surrendered as the starter this afternoon, all unearned. Swing and a miss on a changeup from Bob Zimmerman to Colt Morton. Morton, a 107 hitter, takes outside for ball 1. The crowd thought it was a strike. Colt ready for another. He jackhammers it into left for a 1-out single. Man, did he smash that ball. And the go-ahead run at first, the 14th hit of the afternoon for Fort Wayne. Now the number 9 batter, Juan Siriaco, stands in. And I wouldn't be surprised if Randy Reddy tries a hit and run. Siriaco is nothing for 5. It would be a perfect time for a hit and run. I know Colt Morton doesn't run particularly well at first. Bob Zimmerman paints the outside corner with a strike. To Juan Siriaco, a right-handed hitting 20-year-old shortstop from the Dominican Republic. A base hit into right center, and Quan will cut it off and hold the go-ahead run at second. Fort Wayne now threatening to take the lead here in the top of the 12th. Colt Morton bashed a single to left, and then Juan Siriaco with his first hit stroked a single in front of Quan Cosby in right center, and the go-ahead run at second with only one out for Casey Baker, left-handed batter. Fort Wayne has now wrapped out 15 hits. We're in the top of the 12th inning, tied at 7. Baker, a left-handed hitter. Backs away from a pitch just inside, ball 1. The runner at second, Colt Morton, went to NC State. He was a third-round pick of San Diego last year. A breaking pitch looked good from here, ball 2. And the crowd behind home plate giving the plate umpire Timothy Dobb a piece of their mind. 2-0 to the left-handed batter. There's a strike on the inside corner. There's not a better competitor as far as a relief pitcher on our club than this man, Bob Zimmerman. Look out! Look out! A bullet hit into the third base stands. Is everybody okay? I think they are. Whew, that thing was smoked over there. That sun still desperately trying to break through the cloud cover, and it's doing a pretty good job now. First and second, one out. The Wizards trying to take the lead here in the top of the 12th, and Bob Zimmerman, working from the stretch, is set at the belt. Look out! That ball almost hit the batter. Ball 3 inside. It almost took the knees right off of Casey Baker. A full count now. Will Randy Reddy start the runners? I think he might. They're not going. A ground ball. Zimmerman close it. Throws to first out. He may have had a play at third. I'm not sure. I thought he might have had a double play, but we're not complaining. He made an acrobatic stab of a ground ball sharply hit. That ball was headed up the middle. It stunned Bob Zimmerman, I think, to know that he got it. He looked at third. He backhanded the ball, first of all, looked at third, then quickly turned and threw the batter out. It went 1-3. We're not going to complain about Bob Zimmerman's decision because he made a heck of a play. Now a pop foul over the backstop, strike 1 on Mark McRoberts. Bob Zimmerman trying to bail himself out after giving up a pair of one-out singles. He made a terrific fielding play on a sharply hit comebacker. Thought for a moment he might go to third to try to force Colt Morton. Maybe Matt Brown didn't get over there. I don't know. I don't think that was the case. A sweeping curve, ball 1, and a very fine play by Bobby Wilson. Bobby had to skid onto his knees, his red shin guards, to prevent a wild pitch. Mark McRoberts batting for the 4th time this afternoon. Takes a fastball high, 92 miles an hour on the McDonald's speed pitch indicator. According to our general manager, Jack Rader, he got this from Bobby Magallanes, the Colonel manager. That's about 2 miles an hour slower than the pitch really is. Ball 3 down and in, and now Mark McRoberts steps out. No signals being flashed by Randy Reddy, coaching at third base. It's 3-1. There is a base open, and I don't know if Zimmerman, well, let's see. Swing and a miss, strike 2, a sinker. Now a 3-2 count with the go-ahead run at third. 2 out here in the top of the 12th inning for Mark McRoberts. Can Bob get out of this jam? Here's the payoff pitch. Ground ball fair past third will give Fort Wayne a 2-run lead. 2 runs are in on a 2-run double by Mark McRoberts. Mark McRoberts on a 3-2 pitch grounded it fair inside third to make it 9-7 Wizards. 9-7 Fort Wayne here in the top of the 12th inning. And the Wizards will send up Brian Walbrink with a runner at second. That hit for the Wizards their third of the inning and their 16th of the day. They've out-hit us 16-12. And they've forged ahead here 9-7 in the top of the 12th inning. Well, if we could hold Fort Wayne, we've still got a shot at it in the bottom of this inning, but it's imperative we get this batter. The 0-1. Nubbed foul right at his feet, strike 2 to Walbrink. I'll tell you what, no matter if the Kernels rally to tie it or win it or fall short in the bottom of the 12th, the Kernels have fought their hearts out here today. Before a season highest crowd of over 2,000, the Kernels rallied for 4 in the bottom of the 8th inning, had the go-ahead runs aboard in both the 9th and 10th, but could not break through. Swing and a miss, a pitch in the dirt, and Bobby Wilson will have to hustle after it and throw to first to complete the strikeout of Brian Walbrink. Walbrink fans, the play went 2-3 to complete the strikeout. In the 12th for Fort Wayne, 2 runs on 3 hits, no Colonel errors. The Wizards leave 1, their 12th man stranded this afternoon. We go to the home half of the 12th. The Wizards lead the Kernels 9-7. You're tuned to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Congratulations on buying your new $24,000 car. Oh, wait, you signed the contract, didn't you? Congratulations on owning your new $16,000 car. Sir? Sir? He's fainted. It seems criminal, doesn't it? The value of a new car drops by 1/3 the minute you sign for it. You haven't even put a slushie in the cup holder yet, and thousands of dollars have just floated away. But you're smart. You've learned the value of buying a young used car. But where do you go? Who do you trust? Well, come see us. We're Select Auto Group, a great way to buy a pre-owned car. For one thing, we don't have salespeople. You deal directly with the owners who make the decisions. This gives you the best price right away. And at Select Auto Group, we pride ourselves on honesty and integrity. No pressure, no hijinks. Plus, we offer extended warranties up to 100,000 miles and a full service department to back them up. You'll find us at 1st Avenue and 8th in Cedar Rapids and 7th Avenue and 6th in Marion. Select Auto Group, a great way to buy a pre-owned car.
Here we go to the bottom of the 12th inning. 9-7 Wizards. Aaron Coonrod is on. Aaron Coonrod recorded his third save of the season in the series opener here Monday night. A scoreless inning of relief. He fanned the side, walked a couple. In fact, he struck out Tommy Duenas with the tying runs in scoring position Monday evening. He's trying to save it for Leo Rosales. Leo Rosales, 2 innings pitched, surrendered no runs, 2 hits, struck out 3, walked none. The difference in this game, a game-saving catch on a drive by Sean Rodriguez with 2 out in the bottom of the 10th inning. It looked like Sean was going to bring home Caleb Mayer with the winner, but a sensational catch by Drew Macias, who has done everything in this series at the plate and in the field. But, fear not, the Kernels have a foul ball off the mask of the plate umpire, Timothy Dobb. He's shaken up just a little bit, and big Colt Morton will help him out by visiting the mound. Aaron Coonrod facing Matt Pauley here in the bottom of the 12th as the Kernels try to tie it or win it down by a pair, 9-7. Leo Rosales is the pitcher of record for Fort Wayne, and the pitcher of record right now for the Kernels is Bob Zimmerman. Strike 2 called from the 6'4" right-hander as Matt Pauley looks back at the plate umpire. Coonrod, a tall right-hander. Ahead 0-2. Strike 3 called on the inside corner. Matt Pauley just stands there in utter disbelief. 1 out here in the bottom of the 12th inning. The batter, Bobby Wilson. Bobby led off the 10th inning with a single, as after Caleb Mayer failed to sacrifice him to second, Mayer reached on a fielder's choice, went to third on a 2-out single by Nick Kimpton, and then the play of the game, Sean Rodriguez robbed of a game-winning hit by the center fielder, Drew Macias. We're in the bottom of the 12th now. Ball 1 low to Bobby Wilson. Bobby has 3 hits today. He hammers 1 foul. On to the Miller Mezzanine Terrace. That's where our great friends from Encompass are having a picnic. Wilson waits. And another good swing, but another foul into the sweep to the right of home plate. We want to remind you that you can call us tomorrow starting at 10 o'clock at 896-7560, 896-7560 for tickets for the upcoming 4-game series with Burlington or for any Kernel games. We have 12 more here at home in the month of May. A pitch in the dirt blocked by Colt Morton. It's 2-2 to Bobby Wilson. The Kernels need 1 base runner to bring the tying run to the plate here in the bottom of the 12th inning. We've been out hit 16-12 and are down by a pair, 9-7. The tall right-hander from John Logan College in Illinois misses with a slider. He didn't miss. Bobby Wilson went around, according to the base umpire, Darren Badon, and that's 2 gone on strikeouts in the 12th inning. You know what's funny about this game? We've made 4 errors, been out hit 16-12, and we're within 1 base hit in the bottom of the 10th of winning it. Caleb Mayer takes high, ball 1. 9-7 Wizards with 2 out, nobody on in the bottom of the 12th inning. Ball 2, a 92-mile-an-hour fastball, according to the McDonald's speed pitch indicator. It's 2-0 to Caleb. Aaron Coonrod trying to save his 2nd game of this series, his 4th of the year. Ball 3 is high and in to Caleb Mayer. A lot of folks had written the Kernels off, trailing 7-3 going into the bottom of the 8th inning, but a 2-run single by Bobby Wilson and a 2-run homer by Matt Brown brought the Kernels back to a 7-7 tie. Ball 4 inside. The tying run will bat here in the bottom of the 12th. Matt Brown will bat here in the bottom of the 12th as the tying run. The lights remain on here at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. They were turned on back in the early going. This game about 3 hours and 31 minutes in length. We're in the bottom of the 12th inning. Brownie takes low and away, and what a stop by Colt Morton to prevent Caleb Mayer from advancing to second. 2-run lead for the Wizards. The difference, a 2-run double on a 3-2 count by Mark McRoberts off of Bob Zimmerman. Now out to the hill goes the big catcher. Stay tuned. We'll have the Colonel Curtain call following this afternoon's action. Enjoy our Liberty Bank star plays of the game. And, of course, check those afternoon games on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. The 1-0 to Brownie. A letter-high fastball upstairs, ball 2. If the Wizards hang on, they will gain a split in this series. If the Kernels rally to win it, it'll be a 10-5 record at home for the Kernels this season. Brown steps out. Outfield extremely deep for Matt. They want to prevent him from reaching second base should he hit one deep into the gaps. Ball 3, high and outside. Aaron Coonrod has run into a string of wildness here. He walked Caleb Mayer with 2 out after fanning the first 2 here in the bottom of the 12th. And now he's gone 3-0 on Matt Brown. Ball 4 low. Ball 4 low. The winning run will come to the plate in the person of Nick Kimpton. Tying runs at first and second. Tying runs at first and second. And here comes Steve Weber, the pitching coach. Weber has an interesting background. He skippered the Georgia Bulldogs back in 1990 to a College World Series title. So you know he knows his baseball. He's marching out very slowly to try to bring some control back to his closer, Aaron Coonrod. We mentioned that you can order tickets by calling us starting at 10 tomorrow morning at 896-7560. You can also log on to our website, www.kernels, Kernels. That's the second way that you might want to order tickets online, or you can come out and see us here at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. Our box office opens at 10 tomorrow morning. All right, first and second, 2 out. Nick Kimpton with 1 hit and 5 trips. Left-handed batter. Ball 1, high and outside. Absolutely nothing doing in the Fort Wayne left field bullpen. They're going to soar to triumph or sink to defeat with Aaron Coonrod. A high pop foul by Kimpton. It was interesting hearing Ron Santo on the Cub broadcast several days ago. He said the old axiom of taking a strike when you're behind in the late innings is out the window now. You just don't do that in modern baseball. Ron Santo was very peeved and upset about that. He's an old-time, you do it the old way. You take a strike and make that pitcher throw a strike. A curve is high. Ball 2 to Kimpton. Nick made a fabulous catch back in the 5th inning, ramming into the tarp down the left field line. A foul ball by Fernando Valenzuela Jr. The 2-1 to the Colonel Australian left-handed batter. Pop foul down the left field side over the lawn section. It's 2-2 to Nick Kimpton. As I say, we hope to bring some very exciting news to the entire community in the next 12 hours regarding a very special event here on Saturday. Kimpton stays alive and pops one foul into the third base grandstand roof. It's still 2-2 with 2 out and 2 on here in the bottom of the 12th inning. 9-7 Wizards. They're trying to gain a split in this series. The Colonels are trying to rally and tie it or win it. Coonrod, the tall right-hander, checks the runner at second and delivers. A shot foul down the left field line onto the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion. Foul by about 70 feet. Nick Kimpton is proving to be exactly what we've always known him as, a very, very gutty, gritty, tough out. Mayer at second, Brown at first. They're the tying runs here in the bottom of the 12th. Yet another 2-2 offering. And another foul by Kimpton. This one into the rafters of the third base seat, or the third base grandstand. A fresh supply of baseballs to the plate umpire, Timothy Dobb. Kimpton's had one of those at-bats that should be rewarded. The catcher sets up inside. The pitch is whistled foul into the screen. And by my count, with Colonel General Manager Jack Rader helping me count, I think that's 7 two-strike foul balls by Nick Kimpton. What a battle here between the Colonel left fielder and the hurler, Aaron Coonrod. He's from Ohio and went to college in Illinois. Steady as she goes, Nick Kimpton with a pair of white batting gloves. The palms are covered in pine tar. Kimpton calls time. On deck, Sean Rodriguez. Another 2-2. Swing and a miss. What an at-bat for Kimpton, but the game ends as Kimpton strikes out. Well, Aaron Coonrod bags his second save of this series. And in the 12th for the Kernels, no runs, no hits, 2 walks. There were no Wizard errors, and the Kernels leave a pair and stranded 10. Long afternoon of baseball, and the Wizards outlast the Kernels in 12, 9-7. Totals, highlights, and more coming next on the Colonel Curtain Call. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
The doctors, the nurses, the thermometers, the blood pressure cuffs, the cotton swabs, yes, even the waiting room magazines. Everything at Mercy Care North is moving. The new location will be the Mercy Health Plaza on Council Street Northeast between Collins Road and Blair's Ferry Road. Our last day at the old Mercy Care North location will be September 10th. So beginning at 7:30 a.m. on Friday, September 12th, we'll be treating everyday illnesses and minor injuries in our new facility on Council Street. Patients will experience new technology, a new on-site pharmacy, and best of all, easier access and parking. Remember, on September 12th, Mercy Care North is moving to the new Mercy Health Plaza on Council Street Northeast. We know in your busy life, needing a doctor never comes at a good time. But when you do, we're making it easier and more convenient for you. That's real life. That's the Mercy Touch.
It's time for the Colonel's Curtain Call, right here on the Zone, ESPN Radio 1600 AM. With a recap of all the action, the State Farm Major League scoreboard, plus a look ahead to the next Colonels game, let's rejoin the voice of the Colonels, the one, the only John Rogers, here on the Zone, ESPN Radio 1600 AM.
A valiant comeback and a mighty fine performance and effort from the Kernels, but Fort Wayne outlasts us with a 9-7 victory here this afternoon before our biggest crowd of the young season, 2,093, to see the Wizards gain a split in this 4-game series. They never trailed after scoring 3 runs in the top of the second inning. The Kernels tied it with 4 in the bottom of the 8th, had great chances to win it in both the 9th and 10th innings, but a spectacular game-saving catch by center fielder Drew Macias robbed Sean Rodriguez of a game-winning hit in the bottom of the 10th inning, and then Fort Wayne broke through with a pair on a 2-run double in the top of the 12th and hung on to win it 9-7. For the Wizards, 9 runs, 16 hits, 1 error. They stranded 12. The Colonels, 7 runs, 12 hits, 4 errors. We left 10. The winning pitcher for the Wizards out of the bullpen is Leo Rosales. He's 1-0. Aaron Coonrod a save, his second of the series, his 4th of the year. And Bob Zimmerman, the loser, is 2-2 for the Kernels. The game took 3 hours and 39 minutes and was played before a season-high crowd of 2,093. Up next on the Colonel Curtain Call, we'll have our Liberty Bank star plays of the game. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Kernels fans, your Cedar Rapids Taco Bell restaurants have something new for you to cheer about this season. A Taco Bell 10 spot. When the Kernels score 10 or more runs in any game this season, you'll score beef tacos for just 39 cents the very next day at any Cedar Rapids Taco Bell. That's a savings of 50 cents per taco. Limit 10 per customer. Remember, when the Kernels put up a Taco Bell 10 spot by plating 10 or more runs in any game, you get up to 10 39-cent beef tacos the very next day at any Cedar Rapids Taco Bell.
Whether you're a serious athlete or a weekend warrior, injuries can take you out of your game. Smart athletes know that Physical Therapy Associates in Cedar Rapids are the experts in the treatment and prevention of sport-related injuries. Our expert staff serves the metro and surrounding area high school athletes. Physical Therapy Associates of Cedar Rapids, the smart choice in sports medicine. Call us at 398-1569. That's 398-1569. We'll get you back in your game today.
Time now to relish 2 brilliant plays in this Colonel 9-7 12-inning loss to the Wizards. Our Liberty Bank star plays of the game brought to you by Iowa's fastest-growing community bank, Liberty Bank. Let's go way back to the Fort Wayne fifth inning. The Wizards at the plate, leading 4-2, and with one out, Fernando Valenzuela Jr. was at the plate. Here's our first Liberty Bank star play of the game.
Touchdown from the belt. The left-hander delivers. Valenzuela goes the other way. Hits one down the left field line. Coming in, Kimpton makes the running grab while falling into the tarp. What a play by the Aussie.
Yes, it was. Nick Kimpton sacrificed life and limb as he rammed into the tarp and made a spectacular catch in the fifth inning. And that was our first Liberty Bank star play of the game. Our second one took place in the bottom of the eighth inning. Bobby Wilson's two-run single made it a 7-5 game. The Wizards led. There were two out and one on for Matt Brown. Brown in the hole, 0-2. Deep drive to left. Back goes McRoberts. Two-run homer. Brownie did it. Brownie did it. Brownie did it. He ties it. He ties it here in the eighth inning. 7-7. You could hear the crowd as Matt Brown belted his second home run of the year to tie the game in the Colonel 4-run eighth inning. Those are our Liberty Bank star plays of the game here on the Colonel Curtain Call, brought to you by Iowa's fastest-growing community bank, Liberty Bank. We'll take a final timeout after this wonderful Thursday afternoon of baseball and take a look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard when we return. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Okay, so I'm dropping my daughter off at daycare, and as I'm walking out, I see myself in the double door. Uh-oh is right. My hair looks terrible. My ends are all scraggly, and my roots. Did you see my roots? I can't believe I've been walking around like this.
Have you tried cost cutters?
Oh, I'd love to get my hair done, but who has the time? With work and the kids, I barely have time to find matching socks, let alone time for my hair. Besides, I need the works.
Just go to Cost Cutters. They'll have you in and out and looking great in no time.
Yeah?
Yeah. At Cost Cutters, the stylist will keep you looking great with a new cut, some color, even highlights. Check out mine.
Oh, so Cost Cutters is your secret.
Yep. I even get my favorite products there. You know, shampoo, conditioner.
That's it. I'm going to Cost Cutters.
Right now?
My roots, thank you.
There are a dozen Cost Cutters here in our area, each offering a relaxed, convenient hair care experience with no appointments and no hassles. Cost Cutters make things easy and affordable with professional stylists who care about you. Cost Cutters, live your life. We always have time for your hair.
In 12 innings, the Fort Wayne Wizards win it 9-7 this afternoon. And before we give you the State Farm Major League scoreboard, we want to remind you that from now until close this evening, all Cedar Rapids Taco Bells will be honoring their Taco Bell 10-run promotion. That's because the Kernels last night, in a 10-4 rout of the Wizards, by the virtue of that 10 runs, a Taco Bell 10 spot, that means you can get up to 10 beef tacos for just 39 cents. That's 50 cents off the regular price of beef tacos at Cedar Rapids Taco Bells. All you need to do is go to Taco Bell and tell them you're there because the Colonel scored a Taco Bell 10 spot last night. Here this afternoon, it's time to take a look at all the scores on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. They're brought to you by State Farm Insurance agents Gary Schubat, Dale Thompson, Al Shetler, and Lanny Peterson. Let's start with the two finals we have from this afternoon in the National League. At Turner Field, the Padres whipped Atlanta 7-3, and at Citizens Bank Ballpark in Philadelphia, the Redbirds knocked off Philadelphia 7-4. They're in the ninth inning at Minute Maid Park, and Houston is leading the Pirates 5-0. They're in the bottom of the seventh at Wrigley Field, and the Cubs are trouncing Arizona 8-3. Later tonight on the State Farm Major League scoreboard, the Dodgers and Marlins in Miami. At Olympic Stadium, Montreal takes on the Rockies. The Giants and Mets play at Shea, and the Brewers and Reds will square off at Great America Ballpark. In the American League, there are 4 games tonight. Cleveland hosts the Red Sox. The Twins and Mariners will tangle at Safeco Field. Oakland will take on the Yankees at the Coliseum, and our parent club, the 2002 World Champion Angels, will host the Devil Rays. That's later tonight. The Kernels, 2-2 against Fort Wayne, fought valiantly with 4 in the bottom of the 8th, had the game taken away from them on a sensational catch in center by Drew Macias in the bottom of the 10th, and then the Wizards won it with 2 in the top of the 12th. Long afternoon of baseball, lots of fun. Emily was our in-studio engineer. I'm John Rogers. We'll be back with you for the Bobby Magallanes Ask the Manager show, Dugout Interview 6:10 tomorrow evening. Come on out and enjoy the rest of the homestand against Burlington. In 12 innings, Fort Wayne 9, the Kernels 7. So long. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.